declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians-
Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Oh my God. Sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a 76-degree and sunny day here in Los Angeles, California, folks. I'm feeling pretty good. This is my third day on more than 8 hours of sleep. Okay. This is my third day in a row of sleeping for longer than 8 hours, and I'm feeling live. I'm feeling alive, and I'm feeling pretty good. Not Susalok says, I can't stop farting. I hope you get that checked, my friend. All right, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. It's Wednesday, September 24th, 2025, 11:14 a.m. I'm right on time, as always. Maybe a little bit later than I normally would be, but right on time nonetheless, because I'm my own boss and I'm on time whenever I say I'm on time. Anyway, oh my God, as soon as I got started, right on time. You know what else is right on time? My dad. My dad is right on time with lighting the house on fire. Okay, so this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the start streaming button, press the stop streaming button, so help me God, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, all right, he fixed it. He fixed it. No, not evacuate. There is no real fire. My dad is just making creme brulee, dude. That's what it is, okay? Do you want to know what it is? He put creme brulee in the oven because he loves his little treats, okay? Do you understand? That's what's going on right now. He put creme brulee in the oven, and he cooked it too hard, and now it's, you know, it's just causing the alarms to go off. Now he's saying, don't gossip about me. Anyway, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, like I said. So last night, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, last night, I ended the broadcast. I was tired. I've been really putting my whole pussy into this commentary shit. You know what I mean? I've been going crazy over it, and then I've been getting a little tired by the end of like 6 hours, 7 hours. You already know what it is, but basically doing too much politics. I gotta definitely scale it back a little bit, and I know I say that all the time, and then it's like very difficult to do so because there's so much going on in the world, so much madness, so much craziness. And also it's 35% off 5+ gifted subs, and we're at level 4 hype train for the record. I just want to point that out. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. And for the month of September, you get 35% off your gifted subs. Your One Piece take is going viral again. Hell yeah. Of course it is, because it's true. Anyway. Where was I? Oh yeah. End of the broadcast. What did I do? Literally nothing. I watched a little bit of the Good Lord Bird, the Good Reverend John Brown's story with my dad, and then I slammed a protein shake with Beam, and I went to bed again. I went to bed at 9, passed out by 10, woke up at 7. Another great, like almost 9-hour sleep session. Woke up early, feeling revitalized, feeling pretty good. Went in, tackle the day's leg day, as you guys already know if you're following closely what I do. Obviously, I also have this growth growing on the side of my dome. It's 2 now. There's 2 of them. They're 2 massive cystic acnes that simply will not go away. I don't know what's happening. I think Austin and I are going to do something tonight about it. So that'll be on the Patreon, for the Fear and Patreon, for all of you that don't know. But is that white hair, Unc? Yes, of course it's white hair. I got hella white hairs on my beard. You're growing a baby, you're MPreg? Yeah. Also, check it. Check it. Nothing, just a quick 310 ski. Look at that depth. You already know what it is. Look at those ass cheeks. Those ass cheeks is crushed quarters, baby. God damn. Lululemon shorts, for those of you asking. Not competition depth. Okay, calm your freaking titties, okay? This is perfectly permissible depth, okay? That's crazy. Y'all want me to do ass to grass, and like some people can do it, but it's 90 degrees, man. It's 90 degrees. Not with that wobbly ass form. Watch one HasanAbi stream materializing. Oh, I saw this one. This one was funny. But anyway, bad form, not deep enough, fake weights, knee pads plus belt. Yeah. Yo, it's like sub 90 if you actually pay attention to it. It's like sub 90 for most of them, except for the last one. For me, my first 4 to 5 are just like, they're burners. I can just rip them. And then I hit the 5th one and I'm like, oops, don't have that dog in me no more. And you'll like, if you notice, that last one was the 6th one, and the 6th one is just not great form at all. The 6th one is not great. Who the fuck wears knee pads squatting dumb chatter? Wait, what? No, the knee pads that I'm wearing do help. They do help, but it's more so just to pack my knees because I have knee issues. What is the green plate? It looks thin, 25. No, the red plate are 55 pounders. Blue plates are 45 pounders. The green plate, I think, is like, they're kilograms. They're Turkish weights. But basically, the total, all of those are kilogram weights, and I think it gets up to like 310 or something. Yeah, they're Turkay, I think, or Turkson or something. I don't know, but they're kilogram weights. How much did your weights cost? I don't know. This is not mine. People think this is my backyard. It's not my backyard. But damn, bro, lives in Turkish. Yeah. Yeah, whole bakeries here, baby. You already know what it is. Yeah, I saw this one's going viral and the comments are cooking, it seems. Since this whole Joey / the anime discourse is happening, I'd like to bring back this Trash Taste episode they had with Hasan. And I have no idea what the Joey anime man discourse is at all. And I don't even care to know what it is at all, but apparently it's something, okay? But it seems like they found one of my OG, the first Trash Taste episode that I did that actually got a lot of play at the time. Here, let's take a look. As you guys know, it's so funny because this is like a couple years ago. And while a lot of people will now say, no, duh, I do think that at the time when I was talking about like the deeply embedded political themes within One Piece, like at the time when I was first like bringing it up, there was definitely a lot of people who were disagreeing with me. Those people have quieted down. Obviously, Luffy has become like this, the Straw Hats, the Straw Hats pirates, and they're like, and their banner has become like a rallying cry universally against imperialism and oppression. So it's a funny time to just like relitigate this. But I do think that it's one of my takes that just aged so perfectly. Okay. I cannot see. I mean, this is one of my perhaps best aged takes of all time in the halls of greats.
A very political anime, Connor.
That's okay. Well,
It is a very political
what?
anime.
You told me One Piece is very political.
Yes.
What aspect?
Oh my God, yes, I love this. Okay. This is going to piss off everybody, but I'm so right about this, even though, like, I'm... No.
Okay.
Like, okay, first of all, again, maybe a little bit too long as an arc. He's quite literally about, like, you know, indigenous populations being removed from their land and, like, violently trying to you know, find autonomy and emancipation through, you know, through violent means directly against, like, an enemy that is much more powerful than them. That is, like, you know, that's like a land back movement, which is inherently very political, very leftist.
Literally Israel. I'm talking about... I am talking about in that episode, the arc that I'm talking about is the, which one was it? The one in the Skypiea. Skypiea was about like the violence that that resistance movements engage in when they are trying to when they're on a just cause, on a journey to self-determination. One Piece is based on a true story, lol. Okay, I don't know about that, but then there's obviously the healthcare arc. I mean, Oda cooks pretty hard.
I feel like I watched a different. I read a different.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to describe this to him. He's like, "What are you talking about?" It's
I was
about
like, man, I saw funny gum man.
Yeah.
kill bad guy.
To be fair, like Connor is memeing. Like he's leaning into it. He's not like oblivious. He's just doing that to make the conversation be more exciting because you need to have friction. And I think a lot of people don't understand that, where they think like, oh no, he's just dumb, he's stupid, he doesn't think it's like political at all. Like, I don't think it's like, I think these guys are aware that One Piece is political, okay? Or at least they're certainly aware now, but so proud we bullied you into watching it.
It's about having fun with your friends and being free.
Yeah,
What?
exactly.
I mean, first of all, Luffy is a terrorist. I mean, he is. I mean, he literally is. He's fighting.
I hate that you're kind of right.
Yes,
I fucking hate that you're kind of right.
Yeah, he is a freedom fighter in the most like honorable sense of the word.
Yeah.
He is quite literally fighting against an unjustifiable, corrupt military apparatus that is like holding the entire world hostage, the world government and the Navy. He's literally killing cops. Like he's killing sea cops, and motherfuckers are like, no, that's not politics. What do you mean? That's just like gum man having fun.
I mean, the thing is, like, I remember you saying this yesterday when we were having dinner, and I was just like, I think with One Piece, just because of the art style and just the way things are, how funny Rubber Man, of course, you know, you can take it at that level, and it's still very, very interesting stories. But if you break down some of the stuff that happens, half of it is Luffy going up against a corrupt government or corrupt,
The only aspect I argue with you on is that Luffy's cause isn't completely admirable. Dragon definitely fits that mold, though. No, the point for Luffy is that he is supposed to be gum-like in every way, shape, or form, okay? Where he's just a normie dude who wants to fucking eat food and be nice to people that are harmed. And the entire purpose of it is that you can be a normal guy and still recognize right from wrong. And as a normal dude who has no political convictions whatsoever can be empathetic. And that, by the way, is how normal people operate. We spend so much time trying to define political constructs around incredibly simple concepts such as be kind to people, okay? That's what's so wild about modern American political discourse, where like half of the shit that we're talking about when people go, that's woke, is like, no, that's just like a regular person, dude. What do you mean? That's just like a person who's not an asshole, okay? You're describing a person who's not a fucking asshole, who doesn't immediately go, I don't understand what's going on here, and therefore I despise it, I hate it, we must kill it with fire. Like, if you don't have that kind of opinion, then you're automatically political. Like, we make it seem as though empathy and being kind to others, you know, Christian values, Muslim values, Jewish values, values that are baked into every religion, by the way, be kind to your fucking neighbors, is now somehow a political message, a bold political message. I think it's a representation of like what our current political discourse, our back and forth looks like now, and how deteriorated it has become. That all of a sudden being empathetic to random people who have done nothing to you, unconditionally being kind to them is somehow an issue. It's really stupid. It's really dumb. And people will turn around and be like, you're virtue signaling. It's like, well, thank you for recognizing that it's a virtue, I guess, but I don't think so. I think I'm just being a fucking normal person. And I hope that you can be a normal person as well. What the frick, man? One Piece Nelson Mandela video about you. What is this? Only aspect I argue on you with is that Luffy's cause isn't completely admirable. Oh, yeah, that's what you said already. Oh, yeah, this is the... Yes, One Piece is that deep from the Par Vision. Yeah, this video came out like way back in the day. But I guess that take is going viral again. We should do this more often. We should bring back my old takes more often, you know, so that people understand that I was right back then, and maybe they can like reconsider what I might be right about right now. Because like there are so many things that you can point to, whether it's like me talking about Israel, me talking about healthcare, me talking about immigration, me talking about all these other things that the Republicans are doing and how devastating it will look like, and how the Democrats need to fucking take action. You know? There are a lot of different... I miss the social Hasan era. The social Hasan era hasn't gone away. It's just been backpocketed. I was already making the move to be more social and do more like not inherently political shit. I did the Chad Vice and I did all that stuff. The problem is that there's been a very obvious setback in that. There is unfortunately an obvious setback there because of, one, all the political incidents that have taken place, and two, how those political incidents have had some pretty significant consequences in how much I can go out in the real world and socialize with other people. As I said already, I'm not going to TwitchCon, not because I'm worried about my own safety, but I'm literally not going to TwitchCon because I'm worried about the safety of others. I don't want to put them in the fucking crosshairs if some psycho freak decides like, I'm going to go there. I'm very publicly not going to TwitchCon for that reason. So make with that information, do with that information what you will, right? The clip resurfacing has nothing to do with One Piece. They're showing trash taste, trash media literacy, anime tourism discourse in logs. Yeah, I don't know what that kind of stuff is about, but I mean, look, I'm not a purist by any sense of the word, and I never will be. And I always have welcomed people coming in to any kind of hobby that I have. Coming into any kind of hobby that I have, I think is a great thing. I never understood that anger and resentment that Gamergate Andes had towards like women coming into to the gaming space either. I'm like, that's awesome. I have more people to talk about with my hobbies. Like, who gives a shit? That's great. The more the merrier. The more people are interested, the more money they put into these projects, and the more we can get incredible content. I'm super stoked on that shit. So that's I don't really know. I've never been a gatekeeper at all. I'm not a gatekeeper when it comes to socialism. I'm not a gatekeeper when it comes to my personal hobbies. I don't really understand it. Like, I don't understand the need for wanting to keep this like this special pure thing. But I don't really know what the discourse is either. But I suspect that it's probably misunderstandings on every side, because that's usually how it goes on the internet. You are with your restaurants? Yeah, because I don't want motherfuckers to... Yeah, well, that's different. Anyway. But yeah, glad to see the OG One Piece's political take going viral again. Maybe this will open up some people's perspective a little bit on being more open-minded to where I'm coming from. Buy an ocean bottle, mate? Why? I got a Twitch.tv mug right here. Yeah, also, when I gatekeep where I go and eat food at, is because I don't want motherfuckers stalking my ass. That's a little different, don't you think? Anyway, this was a cool video that I saw.
The right has really made me fall in love with Hasan Piker. And not in that, oh, he's our liberal Jesus type of way. But after hearing some criticism about him and actually sitting down on a couple of live streams and watching some of his videos, it reassured me one thing about the left. And if you hear this come out my mouth and you really want to challenge me on this, you really think this is something wild, I dare you to go listen to a couple of live streams this week when you have a chance. Listen to a couple podcasts from both the left and the right this week and compare notes. Because
dick riding is cringe. I mean, this is proof in the pudding, man. I always tell you, like, if you have people in your life that have this like ridiculous opinion over me, and they're like kind of like-minded individuals, they're like liberals or whatever, just literally ask them to watch one stream, okay? Because if you do, you're gonna very quickly realize that all of the shit that people have designed in their minds about this like evil being that I am is just negative framing. You don't have to watch for 8 hours. Watch for fucking 10 minutes, and you will very quickly arrive at your own conclusion. This is something that you can easily do. And if streams are inaccessible, make them watch a YouTube video or something on an issue that they care about, that you know that I align with them on, right? You don't stream for 8 hours? Okay, man. The couple of days where I don't stream for 8 hours, all of a sudden I'm not an 8-hour Andy. How is this? How is this possible? How is this possible?
Notice the right is very big about saying like Hasan Piker is anti-American. The left is very violent. When you sit down and you actually listen to this guy, you actually listen to these people, you realize these are some dorks. And I mean that in the most affectionate way. On a silly note, Hasan Piker is a really dorky dude. He has a very fun energy to him. But even now, as I'm watching him break down the Charlie Kirk shooter information, there's been a couple of days, new information has been coming out. We're breaking it down. I've noticed something that I'm not seeing a lot of right-wing commentators do. Hasan Piker is sitting here and he's watching a lot of people's different reactions. He's looking at people on both the left and the right. People who claim to be independent thinkers. People who claim to be, a little more leftist. People who seem to be hard right or classic conservative. He is viewing all these people's opinions about this shooter and also looking at the shooter's information himself. And he's kind of telling us, like, I want you guys to compare. He's not telling us what to think. He's telling us to look at the information and come to our own conclusions. And that's very different than what the right's conversation about this has been. Let's use this Kirk shooter example. You hear a lot of right-wing conservatives straight blaming, straight Democrats, the left. And then you see that being pushed in their audience. But to be honest with you, everybody on the left has been breaking down this shooter's motives, has been trying to get to the bottom of what type of rhetoric has been, given to this kid to make him do what he does.
Yeah, he's saying you're like Philly D. No, I have a position, but this is something that I do care about, which is I want to show you, the exact journey that I go through in making up my mind about anything that's happening in the news. You'll see this today as well with the Dallas ICE facility shooting, right? And that doesn't mean I'm going to get it right every single time, but my goal isn't just to present to you like omissions and slam like a one-sided narrative. I will always, even if it's a thing that makes my side look unfavorable, I will always try to arrive at a truthful conclusion. Okay, he didn't say I'm apolitical in that situation, and I certainly am not. I'm not a fucking fence sitter or anything. I have a very clear opinion, right? But I will always present every side's narrative and try to arrive at the truth by looking at and analyzing, critically examining the available information. That's it. That's it. You don't want to just give us a fish. You want to teach us how we can fish on our own? Exactly. Exactly. So someone says, love that more people are coming out in support of him. It's very easy to support Hasan when you actually understand his message. Even understanding the controversial points that people try to bring up just brings it deeper understanding how he tackles topics beyond the crash out lol. Yeah. Anyway. And then you hypnotize us with trigger words. What do I always say? And we drop back into the trance. Exactly. Exactly. Of course. What is this? Short. New Sean vid is a banger and pretty short if you're interested later.
Hello, everyone. Today's video is...
Dog, this is 4 hours long. How are we doing this right now, man? What are we doing right now, man? What's going on with my freaking family? Anyway, my family's calling me on the family line in the midst of my stream. Okay. Anyway. Baba bir şey mi oldu? Baba? Her şey yolunda mı? Okay, Jesus. What is this? I think you would like this TikTok about you.
Hasan Piker.
Yeah, I've already seen that one. All right. Let's blast off. We got a lot going on, obviously, in the world. There's so much happening. Right-wing Twitter says shooter had a communist profile pic. FBI reveals a Dallas ICE sniper left behind bullets with the text anti-ICE on him. 29-year-old Joshua John committed suicide after killing 2 detained illegal immigrants. His profile picture on Facebook is a communist. Oh, brother, here we fucking go. Anyway, we'll look at all of that in a second. Hold on. Where was I? All right, let's blast off real quick, okay? Dallas ICE facility shooting details. Why does every shooter have inscribed messages on the casings? Honestly, that kind of makes sense. That could very well be copycats, because like when stuff like this happens once, like other people also make up their minds, and there is a copycat meta for sure. So that's not that surprising. But obviously the inscribings, as opposed to like who he shot at the facility, make not a lot of sense. But we'll obviously get into that in a second. We got the ICE facility shooting details. Trump yells at Kimmel's return. Italy sends warship to defend flotilla after Israel strikes humanitarian aid. Palestine recognition at the UN and more. Get in now. Yes, you already know what I'm going to say. Oh, you're so brilliant. You're so clever, chat. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay, who has a blast off meme? Yeah, big W to the neo-fascist administration of Italy. Okay? Which is pretty crazy. That it's like you got like a straightforward right-wing fascist Giorgia Meloni and her admin literally taking these kinds of initiatives. It blows my mind. They won't even do state recognition, but they're doing this. And I think part of that is because of the anger, because of the general strike that took place. These guys are not fucking around, okay? Italy doing national syndicalism for real? I don't think it's like that. I think that the unions are objectively against what Israel is doing for a good reason. Do you really think it's the dock workers that did it? Yes, I think so. Hasan, it's not happening. Maloney said no. Wait, what? How? They said they were going to do it. All of a sudden, Maloney said no. All right, well, we'll see. We'll cover it. Yeah, I did see the Germany polls, which I thought were really funny. Majority of supporters of every German party believe Israel is committing a genocide. Majority supporters of every German party see the truth that Israel is committing a genocide. Even the fucking AFD, okay? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I mean, ay. Why? But the AFD and CDU think it's fire? Germany's a solid authority when it comes to genocide. Brother, Germany is a consistent defender of fascism. Okay? So the German government has been unimaginably pro-Israel. Being pro-Israel is in the German constitution. Like, this is... Germany is the last line of defense in Europe for Israel, okay? I've always said it's America and Germany. If Germany falls, Europe falls. There is no more support for Israel in Europe, in the European continent at all, if Germany gives up on it or leans into the democratic wishes of their voter base. And then the last remaining country will be the United States of America. It will be Israel and America alone. Obviously, Germany is never going to change their consideration. It's just, this is unsustainable. What's striking here is the divide between the public and elite opinion. The reality of the majority of the country recognizes is denied by the media, academic, and political elite. Do you not understand? What about Japan? Japan doesn't matter. I'm sorry. No disrespect to the anime enjoyers, but Japan is probably one of the most inconsequential nations on anything, on any international issue. It's just true. It's a vassal state. It's a vassal state with 50,000 almost troops. It's a completely captured vassal state that America wrote the Constitution of. Okay, a lot of people, I think, overextend the significance of Japan because they love anime or some shit, and they just think that it's like, you know, this is the reason why Japan is very important. Japan is at the table. It's like, nope, it's not, okay? And also, predictably, Japan did not do state recognition. The Japanese public, I'm sure, has a different opinion on Israel, but that doesn't really matter, does it? Because democracy is fake. In all of the Western liberal capitalist countries, democracy is fake as fuck. Spain has announced that it's sending help too, just announced 15 minutes ago. Yo, you won't be saying that was a Gundam project gets off the ground? I mean, Japan, if they actually designed a Metal Gear, I think that they could be a real player in the international marketplace, but unfortunately, there's some significant setbacks there. Okay, their anti-nuclear weapon stance, I think, has been a big problem, a big hurdle to clear. They need to do Metal Gear Japan. They need to do it. They need to actually do it. And once they do it, they can be a player. Let's go. Not a Gundam, a Metal Gear. A Metal Gear. Otacon. Otacon. Anyway, yeah, we'll start off with the Dallas gunman, and then we'll talk about the Israel-related stuff in a little bit. But as of now, there's not much information, but a gunman, a sniper rifle, shot at an ICE facility in Dallas. And of course, when you first hear that, you go, oh my God, this is yet another instance of like the violence that they were talking about, this administration was talking about against ICE agents. But of course, the difference in this situation was the targets weren't actually the ICE agents at the facility, but instead those who were detained at the facility. They shot and killed. The shooter shot and killed 2 people. Okay. Per NBC, Joshua John grew up in Allen, Texas, where he was in Boy Scouts, unemployed, but previously had done coding, registered independent, once charged with delivering marijuana. His older brother, he wasn't interested in politics on either side as far as I knew. Yes, I didn't talk about the daughter of the senator, the New Mexico state legislator who went to Israel. It was really funny, though. I saw it last night. I will talk about that as well. Okay. It turns out apolitical Andes are the people you need to fear the most. Not the political Andes, but the apolitical ones. All right. Anyway, we'll get into it now. Gunman kills 2 at ICE immigration facility in Texas. Channel 4 News reports.
A huge police presence near an Immigration and Customs Enforcement field office in Dallas. A main artery northwest of the city center cut off after a gunman opened fire, reportedly from a nearby roof.
I met him once and he was unbearable. You met the shooter? Oh, you're talking about the rep, the New Mexico rep. Jesus Christ.
Police called to the scene at 6:40 local time.
The DPD was able to locate the shooter, who was deceased. We're going to be working this investigation shoulder to shoulder with our federal partners.
The investigation centered on the building next to the ICE Enforcement and Removal Center. The shooter firing from this roof, reportedly killing 2 detainees and leaving a 3rd critically injured in hospital. The FBI saying no law.
Asmirad is trying to make this about you. Wait, what? How? He's not even live. Is he? He tweeted. I mean, I don't really care what he has to say, and I'm sure I have more pressing matters and more significant ops than Asmongold, who will, of course, use this as an opportunity to stamp out any sort of political discontent, political dissent against the administration, and certainly the ICE practices and whatnot. So it's not remotely shocking to me that a lot of people will do this.
Law enforcement officers were hit, but releasing this image of bullets found near the dead gunman.
I can confirm at this time that the FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence.
Yeah, this is like this is an incredibly strange piece of evidence, I will say, because even with a Charlie Kirk situation with Tyler Robinson, like the bullets have Chow Bella Chow on them, right, engraved on them. But then and he's shooting Charlie Kirk. Like there is a through line, like a logical through line there, right? If you present it as the victim in this circumstance, Charlie Kirk, is like a fascist, and you're like anti-fascist or something like that still makes some logical sense. Whether it's correct or not doesn't matter. But in this circumstance, he's saying like he's anti-ICE. Okay. But also he's shooting at the detainees. He like shot and killed people who he would be supposedly trying to release, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but let's take a look.
The evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
But also, look. All I'm going to say is this. Even fucking Aaron Rupar said, this is the fishiest shit I've ever seen. We're supposed to believe the shooter wrote anti-ICE in pen on a bullet, then shot detainees, but not ICE officers. Like, anti-ICE in and of itself is such a strange. It's such a strange thing to write as well. Like, he didn't say like fuck ICE. He just said like anti-ICE. Like, what? Like, it's kind of giving Black's Rule, if you know what I'm talking about. For those of you who don't know, but I guess it might have been that he shot at something. Breaking news update: Shooter fired into an unmarked van transporting ICE detainees in Dallas. Detainees were struck inside the van. 2 people inside were killed and one was injured. The shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, sources say. So that makes a little bit more sense as far as like what he was targeting. So then that makes a little bit more sense as far as like the shooter being anti-ICE for sure, even though the bullets saying anti-ICE is just strange in general.
Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack.
Since President Trump came to power promising to deport 1 million undocumented migrants a year, ICE has become the public face of his hardline immigration policy, carrying out raids on workplaces and car parks. Officers often mark.
I think one of the strangest parts about this is that given that the shooter shot and killed ICE detainees, this administration that has literally presented the people that are being detained by ICE as violent criminals, that has actually done everything in their power to like put them in fucking alligator Alcatraz, dehumanize them, treat them like they're fucking Pokemon, are now going to turn around and be like, what a heinous crime that this shooter committed. It's like, bitch, you want that crime. You're basically doing that. Okay? Like you're basically doing exactly what this shooter is doing, but from a more convoluted and technically not illegal perspective, I guess.
Pulling people off the street. The field office attacked today, subject to a bomb threat last month. A month earlier, a detention facility, also in Texas, attacked in what authorities said was a coordinated ambush.
For those of you who don't know the history of the Bracero program, and in the aftermath of the Bracero program, and I've talked about this before, in American history, in the aftermath of the Bracero program, there were mass deportation initiatives that were being taken place. And in this very same state, the state of Texas, you had ranchers with guns running around looking for marshals to shoot and kill. The reason why they were doing that is because they did not want their neighbors to be apprehended. They did not want their farmhands to be apprehended and mass deported. This is in American history. This has happened in American history. Not to say that this person is not like operating on some fucking left-leaning ideology or whatever, but just understand that this has happened throughout American history. Okay? This is not new. I have brought this up on numerous occasions. I've brought this up a lot. People get very frustrated when mass deportations start taking place, and then they take matters in their own hands in a country like America where everybody has fucking guns and a proclivity to do violent things, and then they do shit like this.
That left a police officer shot and injured.
To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop.
Bro, this dude killed detainees, and these guys are still talking about the fear that ICE agents have to experience on a daily basis. Once again, there is no consideration for the victims here. There is no consideration for the victims who were already apprehended and were presented as people that were slated to be deported from the country for the crime of being born on a different side of the fucking border. And what they're going to do in this circumstance is basically make it so that it's illegal for people like myself to say, you shouldn't do this. You should not engage in mass deportations. They're going to say, how dare you say that? You're threatening the lives of ICE agents. No, I'm not. I'm not doing that at all. Political violence is unacceptable. Obviously, I have never advocated for political violence. I don't advocate for political violence, but it doesn't matter. The violence coming from the system here is also unacceptable, and we should be able to talk about that. Yeah, they're going to make it so that you say fuck ICE or abolish ICE is a hate crime. That's what they're trying to do.
It has very real consequences. Look, in America, we disagree. That's fine. That's the democratic process. But your political opponents are not Nazis.
This attack coming 2 weeks after the assassination of right-wing activist Charlie Kirk in Utah, prompting White House pledges of a crackdown on left-wing organizations that it says constitute a domestic terror movement. America's political divisions, its culture wars, getting bloodier and more dangerous by the day.
We begin, though, with Brooke Taylor. She is on the ground in Dallas with an update for us right now. Hi, Brooke.
Hi, guys. Yeah, officials spent most of this press conference.
Chat, remember, mass deportation of random people for no serious crimes whatsoever is not violent, okay? Is not violent at all. You know what the real violence is? Calling that out. Don't you dare call that out. Don't you dare say this is an inherently violent act that you are engaging in that is unjustifiable, that is cruel for no reason whatsoever. Don't you dare say that. That's the real violence. Calling us out is the real violence. Exhibiting discontent is the real violence. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, mass deportations and mass apprehension, not violent. Saying we shouldn't do that and we should actually offer conditional amnesty to every single person that has been living on U.S. soil, that hasn't done any crimes or anything, and are simply just trying to make ends meet. That's the real violence. Don't you dare do it.
Talking about how this anti-ICE rhetoric has to stop, or you have this violence like this happen. Federal agents, they're just trying to enforce the law, these officials say. The FBI is now investigating this as a targeted act. Here is what we know. Homeland Security says that before 7 a.m., a sniper started shooting from a nearby rooftop and fired indiscriminately at the ICE facility, including a van that was in the Sallyport. DHS says 3 detainees in that van were shot, and at least one of the detainees was killed. The gunman then turned the gun on himself. Officials say no ICE agents were hurt. The FBI, though, shared pictures of rounds found right near that shooter with anti-ICE engraved on those shell casings. This is the latest in a string of targeted attacks on ICE facilities right here in Texas. At this same facility, a man was arrested for making a bomb threat last month. Then in July, a group ambushed officers outside a separate Texas ICE facility. One officer was shot and survived that shooting. Senator Ted Cruz was here at this press conference and spoke about this violence.
Violence has no place. It is wrong. And we should come together.
I agree. Which is literally the reason why I abhor and disavow and also consistently criticize the actions of this administration. Mass deportations is an inherently violent process. Okay? That's what it is violence. But a lot of people only experience that or only recognize that as like unjust and violent behavior when they see it happen to their immediate loved ones or when they see it happen in their neighborhoods. If they don't see it happen in real time and they're looking at it from afar or have no care or consideration for the people that are being apprehended, people that are being detained, people that are being deported, they literally, should we not kill more ICE? Man, shut the fuck up. You're such a bitch, dude. Imagine creating a fucking sock account, coming in here on this day specifically to be like, oh, I was listening to your demands, Antifa commander. Should we stop? Like, shut the fuck up. No one believes your bullshit, okay? Federal agents in the chat. Come on, dude. Motherfuckers over at Langley being like, this is gonna get him. We're setting up a real good case here, sir. Nice try, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, the way we interpret, the way we look at violence, the way we see violence is entirely dependent on whether we have any sort of up close and personal relationship with the victims or whether we see it happen in our neighborhoods. Okay, when it's happening elsewhere, when it's happening far away to people that you do not actually consider the humanity of, you have no capacity of recognizing it as like an inherently violent act.
If we want to have a debate about immigration policies, we can do so in the halls of Congress without demonizing each other, and especially without demonizing the men and women who every day put on a badge and go risk their lives to keep us safe.
And of course, so many responding to this attack this afternoon. Vice President J.D. Vance posted a statement on X saying, quote, "The obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop." You also have Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He tweeted, quote, "This assassination will not slow our arrest, detention, and deportation of illegal immigrants." Again, guys, this happened outside of a processing center where illegal migrants are taken to get processed after they're arrested by ICE.
All right, Brooke Taylor in Dallas on the scene for us there. Stand by.
Be careful pulling stuff up on stream for this. The pick of the gunman after his suicide is all over Twitter. Oh shit, I didn't see that.
I thank you.
All right, Bill Daley's a former FBI investigator and joins us now. I mean, this almost seems like a daily occurrence, Bill, that we have another day, the sun comes up, dawn breaks, and another politically motivated shooting. It's just no sign of stopping.
It's horrible, John. And you know, John, over these past several months and even the past since the administration took over, you know, we've seen this kind of push by politicians and other people around ICE facilities. They've gone as far as even some of these elected officials kind of, you know, trying to force their way in, stopping vehicles. So, you know, it is kind of a buildup of what we've seen over the past few months, only to this point to a deadly level. You know, I think a lot of people speak about this rhetoric. You know, I'll cite a few things, but I know a lot of people speaking about it, like to talk more about the investigation. But, you know, when you have elected officials calling ICE agents, you know, agents, modern Gestapo agents, or, you know, governors moving to not have masks on ICE agents because they want people to know who they are so they can go after them. You know, all of these things are lead up to people who might be prone, who are driven in a certain with ideology or direction, as we've seen today, and they carry out these horrific acts.
Bill, what is with this? I don't know if you would call it a trend, but for lack of a better word, the trend we're seeing where these assassins and mass shooters now like to try and carve little messages on shell casings before they carry out these shootings. Is this something that you have seen before the last few months, or is this new?
No, it is not new at all. Americans are a uniquely violent nation with an access to an arsenal of weapons, okay? And also, Americans are pretty fucking suicidal on top of everything else. In the past, suicidal dudes that wanted to make a name for themselves, that find themselves in the pit of despair, would go to a school and do this kind of thing, and nobody gave a shit about them. It became normalized. So now, in the aftermath of a couple high-profile assassination attempts with like Thomas Crooks and numerous other people now who also have that same exact tendency are looking at targets. They're looking at political targets. They're looking at high-profile political people, or they're looking at politicians in general. They're looking at ICE in general to exercise their violent desires against in an effort to make a fucking name for themselves. Because it turns out when 46 school shootings take place in the country, they're like, well, that's just going to be yet another school shooting that nobody gives a fuck about. Okay? And copycats are obviously super commonplace. This is just how it goes. Now the new meta, it seems, is to deliver a message or something. Back in the day, it used to be called going postal because you see a lot of postal service people do this kind of stuff, right? People would do this at their workplaces, and then it became schools that people would shoot up. The only difference now is who the targets are. The targets are more consequential in the eyes of the administration, in the eyes of the media.
This is, I mean, it may happen periodically over a period of time where individuals, murderers, or other people may do something similar to this, but it's not a trend. This seems to be certainly a trend. You know, we saw it with the Mangione shooting in New York against the United Healthcare CEO, where he left those bullets on the sidewalk. We saw it with Charlie Kirk.
You're not taking this anti-ice bullet marking seriously, are you? I mean, it looks strange for sure, but now that we know that the shooter was not, now that we know that the shooter was not actually like directly shooting at detainees deliberately and was instead shooting at an unmarked van that it thought had a bunch of ICE agents in it, it does develop a profile. It does develop a motive that makes more sense. The anti-ICE part of the writings are so stupid, like, but you know, who knows?
Shooter, and now here. So, you hate to say copycat, but certainly all the hallmarks of it is, within the past few weeks, months, if you will, we have people doing the same thing. The other thing, Jillian, I want to talk about is the FBI's investigating this. I think, a couple of positive things to be taken away from this. A, law enforcement was extremely...
This is a funny take. Law, only Americans think. Other Americans are some critical thinking people. I agree. We live in an absurd universe, man.
Responsive to this. FBI there on the scene, I think under the leadership of Director Patel, they're trying to be very forward-leaning and transparent. That was mentioned both by the SAC, agent in charge of the Dallas office, as well as Director Patel, who came out and posted those images that you just referenced. So they're trying to be as transparent.
It did come out that he was shooting at a van that was going into the facility, chatter. It did.
As forward-leaning as they can, and to help the American people not start to spin their wheels with worrying, who's this shooting, is that they were able to provide some clarity pretty quickly with releasing that photo.
I want to come back, Bill, to this idea, the rhetoric. This is Joshua Johnson, who's the ICRO director there in Dallas. Here's what he said a little more than an hour ago.
This is the second time I've had to stand in front of you and talk about a shooter at one of my facilities. And I think that the takeaway from all of this is that the rhetoric has to stop. There are people out there who are seeing what is being placed online, and they're coming and they're doing acts of violence against ICE employees.
We should mention that there were the shootings at ICE facilities in Texas not long ago. Add to this. And then you have the shooter, who sources identified at Fox News as 29-year-old Joshua John. We're trying to find out more about this individual who takes a gun, looks like, according to the stripper clip that we saw a picture of posted by the FBI director, that it was just a typical hunting rifle with a capacity of 5 cartridges. Takes that weapon, aims it at the ICE facility, starts firing at will, and then takes their own life. And is it this rhetoric that people just keep doubling down on that suddenly causes someone to snap?
Yeah, this question in and of itself is bringing the attention back to those who have a difference in opinion with the administration and those who understand that these mass apprehensions that are taking place are fucked up. Just as it was the case with the Charlie Kirk execution, these guys immediately turn around and go, you know what the real problem is? It's the people that are naysayers. It's the people that are not patriotic enough. It's the people that are not sufficiently pro Donald Trump. They are the ones who are causing this discontent, as though if no one was saying, hey, man, this is pretty fucked up, people would not actually come to that conclusion on their own. The notion that we cannot actually fucking criticize the administration for doing violent mass apprehensions of random people living on U.S. soil that are fucking working to make ends meet, like that we are not allowed somehow to say that this is wrong objectively when it is literally wrong, is ridiculous. It's absurd.
With kind of borrowing a little bit from, I know from my behavioral analysis friends, you just don't know what reaches a individual and what breaking point they have. And although many people can kind of, flick this rhetoric off as being just that, political rhetoric, it does affect a number of people. And I think today, John, with all of the various sources that people get information, or ones that maybe want
Yeah, they're going to come for people calling Nazi-style individuals a Nazi-style individual or a fascist, or they're going to come for people that are calling ICE Gestapo. Of course, the real problem here is the administration's carte blanche approach to unlimited cruelty to those that they have designed as enemies of the state. Random fucking neighbors of ours, okay? 1 in 14 families in this country have one undocumented parent, okay? 1 in 14 households in the United States of America have at least one undocumented migrant. Think about that. That's what they want to do. They want to go after 1 in 14 households, and we can't even say that that is fucked up. We can't say that that's fucked up. We can't say, like, hey, man, there's an alternative out there, which is called documenting these people. They're just human beings. Nope. You have to say that they're violent animals that are here to destroy the country. Otherwise, you're an enemy of the state and you must be punished. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
Lock themselves into with regard to social media and news outlets, and they're hearing it over and over again. The fragility of people where they are at any particular moment may lead them to commit one of these acts. But the other thing, too, John, as we look into this investigation, and the FBI is doing this right now, is to find out, where did this person, where were they getting this information from? Where was he being, if you want to call it, kind of radicalized to conduct one of these acts? Who was he around? Was he talking to other people about this? It's the same thing they're going through right now, still on the heels of the investigation of the Charlie Kirk assassination, is to find out who else might be in the orbit of this person who may have either encouraged, provided information, in any way knew about these plans and didn't come forward. So, there's still a lot of stones to be turned over in this investigation.
Why didn't they talk about the rhetoric when it was the Walmart shooting, the El Paso shooting, the Albuquerque shooting, the Buffalo, New York shooting, Dylan Roof? Do you want to know why? Because those guys were objectively right-wing, openly far-right, anti-government extremists of the white nationalist variety. What they've decided now is that even if you have someone who is of that background, you can just get away with fucking lying. Okay? You can just get away with lying. That's all you need to do. Just lie and claim that the shooter was a leftist, like they did in the Minneapolis shootings. Both in the first Minneapolis shooting, with Democratic congresspersons, Democratic state legislatures being targeted, you could just claim that the shooter was a leftist or whatever, and people will just go along with it. No fact checks necessary there. Or even with the Annunciation Church shooting, where the profile and the background of that shooter was very clearly a far-right, white nationalist, esoteric, nihilistic neo-Nazi, right? No leftist is ever going to put the names of prominent white nationalists and white supremacist shooters on their fucking gun. Or talk about it in their fucking manifesto. But it doesn't matter. That didn't stop right-wingers from going along with this narrative that these guys were leftists. They're just creating a profile or creating an environment of hysteria. And the reality of the matter is that just like when the Democrats did not actually engage in any sort of counter-messaging initiative to correct the record on migrants not being this out-of-control violent force that was destroying the American social fabric, they are completely lost in the fucking sauce. They don't know. They're completely oblivious of what the administration is doing now. They're creating another manufactured hysteria around left-wing violence. And the Democrats are not turning around and saying, you're wrong. Violence is a constant. It's devoid of any sort of ideological background in the United States of America. But if we were to look at political violence, more often than not, it is actually the right that is engaging in political violence, not the left. And for years and years, the right did not do a single fucking thing. It is mind-boggling to me that all of our leaders are just lost. They're gone. They're nowhere to be found in this process. They're not saying anything. They're not correcting the record. They're not even remotely invested. not realizing the warning signs, not realizing that the administration is once again whipping up an entirely new manufactured hysteria that they will use to erode the First Amendment. They will use to basically stamp out any kind of political discontent. And it will not stop with radical elements in American society. It won't stop. If you think that it's just going to be people like myself, for example, you're wrong. It is going to be anyone and everyone that says, I don't really fuck with what this administration is doing. The Jimmy Kimmel attempt was a great example of this. Not quite correct. Cash Patel literally does not know who Dylan Roof is.
Followed white supremacist propaganda, murdered 9 black parishioners in Charleston in 2015. Do you deny this?
I'm sorry. Dylan Roof?
Roof?
The director of the FBI doesn't know who Dylan Roof is. Dylan Roof is one of the most high-profile white supremacist shooters. I cannot believe that he does not know who Dylan Roof is. Under different circumstances, I would say he's lying, right? I would say he's obviously lying. He knows who fucking Dylan Roof is. But in this day and age, the incompetence, the sheer incompetence from this administration is so obvious that I don't know. I don't think he knows who fucking Dylan Roof is. I don't think he knows. I totally believe that he is that stupid.
Roof, can you give me some more information?
You're head of the FBI, you probably know this. If you don't know, that's fine. Okay.
You can give me a reminder. I've got a lot in front of me.
It was national news. Dylan Roof, who followed.
God damn, he's so fucking stupid. We got absolute nutters leading. We got the fucking nutters leading the madhouse. Oh my God. What do you expect? Of course. For context, historically, specifically in Texas during the Eisenhower administration and in response to Operation W Back, it was the Republican farmers who went out and ran marshals out of town. Exactly. That's what I was talking about. I literally talked about this before. I explained this throughout the election cycle to tell you how much anger and resentment builds when these kinds of mass deportation initiatives start happening. When Eisenhower did this, it was the Republican right-wing ranchers that literally would go around town in their fucking pickup trucks with weapons to hunt down marshals. Because at the time, it was the marshals that were conducting these mass deportation operations. This is before INS or ICE ever existed. There was no Department of Homeland Security, for example.
This week about mask mandates for ICE officers, a new rule proposed and put forward by Governor Gavin Newsom. Take a listen to what he said on Saturday. I want to get your response.
I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation.
Yeah. Again, this is what I meant when I said they're going to go after anything and everything. Gavin Newsom makes a perfectly reasonable initiative in the state of California, which demands that public servants actually follow the law, and they can't hide their identity when they're conducting these operations. There is so many good reasons for this provision to exist. Why, you might ask? Because if you have faceless, masked, armed thugs of the state that don't present their identification, that don't have to present their identification, you can have copycats. This has already happened. There are plenty of people who have been arrested for falsely presenting themselves as ICE agents to kidnap and sexually assault people. Okay? That's a real thing that has happened in America in the last fucking 9 months. These guys are public servants. They have no right to hide their identity in the process of taking away someone's liberties. Like, what are we talking about? I can't even comprehend how this has become a point of contention, that it's like, no, you have to actually shelter the public from who their IDs are. There's a reason why people's badge numbers are on their fucking chest, or used to be, right? What are we doing? What are we doing? This also protects ICE agents as well. Technically, if every single person that is supposedly acting out the way that the law is designed, right? If they're doing this lawful order, following a lawful order by the administration, there is no reason to try and hide your identity, because you're following the rules that the administration has presented. And it protects ICE agents because then people are in a country where everybody has a fucking gun. People don't immediately assume that it's a random group of people that are trying to engage in a fucking kidnapping in broad daylight. Okay? Because if you don't know that these group of masked thugs, okay, that are coming at you from an unmarked car, for example, are actually following a lawful order by the federal government, or if they're just a bunch of random psychopaths who want to kill you, if you don't know the distinction, if you don't know the difference because everyone is masked, then sometimes people are going to engage in an act of self-defense.
Saying enough. To ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
How does that play into all of this when we're talking about the identities of specific individual ICE agents?
Yeah, well, I can tell you what they're afraid of. They're afraid of something that occurred today, and they're afraid of something that may happen to them or their families if they're identified. We're not talking about normal, everyday police operations where people in patrol cars or FBI agents are out there conducting, everyday activities. But when they're involved in these more contentious issues, which seem to be in certain locales more contentious than others, is they're very much concerned about their well-being and safety of themselves and their families, who may come under attack. Could be everything from people showing up at their doorstep, very easy today, a couple of clicks away, you can find out who somebody is by an image and therefore where they live. So those are the things people are concerned about. So I mean, you have to really, when the governor says that, you have to say, well, what is he then saying? He's saying that it's okay for all these people to then be further exposed because they're carrying out their duties as sworn law enforcement officers of this country, carrying out the laws have been prescribed by Congress. So, I mean, I think we have to take a look at that very sobering. The other thing, Jillian, is that, with a lot of the talk about, people having due process. Well, today, two of these people who are being just detained are denied their due process because they've been killed.
Right.
So when you flip that around, you have to say, what is really happening here when someone's willing to take not just someone's life, if the intention was to take an ICE agent's life or ICE agent's life, but also the due process of those people who are just being...
Dude, even the potential for an ICE agent's life that could be taken is an issue of higher consequence in the eyes of these people than the actual victims in this process, who were detained people that were slated for deportation. Understand that they do not even remotely give a shit about all of the people that they're detaining, so much so that they just glance beyond that point, because they can't even make that argument. They can't even say the poor souls that were lost here, because every rhetorical tool that they've used has been to dehumanize the people that are being detained so that people are more comfortable with this mass detention process. So they can't turn around and be like, the poor souls that were slain, the poor souls that were murdered in this process. It's like the hypothetical violence against ICE agents is more consequential for these people than the actual people that were killed. They're not real people in the eyes of Fox News, the right broadly, the administration. The people that are being deported and detained and slated for deportation are not seen as real people, ever. It is crazy. How the fuck do people not realize this, man? Yeah, just a reminder that Republican candidate Valentina Gomez posted a video simulating the execution of a migrant in December. And then they turn around and they go, violent rhetoric, violent rhetoric, violent rhetoric.
Detained. They've not been convicted, and there's been no other specific allegations lodged against them. And their due process now has halted.
Yes, you have a gunman who allegedly was anti-ICE by the inscribings on the cartridges, the shell casing, and it ended up that it was detainees who died here. You mentioned this idea of risk and danger for agents who go out there every day, and they are just merely carrying out the laws of the United States of America. We heard personally from one of them back in July on Martha's show.
If they are carrying out the laws of the United States of America, and as a law enforcement officer acting on the orders of the federal government that have unimaginable power, the power to take a life without any accountability whatsoever, the power to actually take away someone's freedom, they have to do this in a lawful manner. And a part of that is doing it in a way where you know that this person is an ICE agent. You know this person is a member of law enforcement. You know what his badge number is. You have identifiable features, and they cannot mask themselves. But as I talked about before, the way that the Trump administration is gearing to change the domestic terrorism designation, which does not exist, right? Like there are no domestic terror groups, for example. You have to be foreign funded in order to be declared a terrorist organization. But now they're trying to do Antifa. They're trying to make Antifa into an organization, even though it's not a defined organization at all. In that executive order, even demanding that an ICE agent show you identification is considered doxing. Okay? So they want to make that an act of terror. If you're in the process of being detained by an ICE agent and you turn around and say, I'm an American citizen, can you please show me identification? I don't know if you're a fucking agent or not. Who the fuck are you? That's considered doxing. That's illegal. They want to make that illegal. Understand that they are they're manufacturing outrage here. They are trying to create an environment where people are more comfortable with what the government is going to do next. They have done so for every single issue so far. They've done this with immigrants. They made it so that the only message that you ever heard was this hysteria surrounding migrants. Migrant crime. Migrants are killing 300,000 people a year, 400,000 people a year. It was fucking ridiculous. It was completely made up. It was unimaginably racist at times as well. Like when they said Haitians are eating cats and dogs and shit like that. These were lawful migrants that had the proper documentation and the clearance to work on U.S. soil, by the way. They had temporary protected status. You're right, what's next? I'm telling you exactly what's next. They're not hiding it. They're not sheltering you from what they are going to do next. The only reason why you'd be oblivious to what happens next is if you are not paying attention, or if you're only getting your information from liberal media, from mainstream sources that are seemingly lost in the sauce, that don't understand what the fuck is actually taking place right in front of our eyes. Just like they were blinded or blindsided, either willingly or they were oblivious to this reality, to the consent that was manufactured to even start this anti-migrant mass deportation initiative. What's going to happen next is stamping out any kind of discontent. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be illegal, even though we have a First Amendment still right now that is supposed to protect this kind of lawful political expression, political demonstrations and whatnot. I'm telling you right now, they are going to make it so that it's illegal to say fuck ICE, basically. Okay? And it doesn't matter if you are a liberal or even a former Trump supporter that says fuck ICE. You are still not covered. You are still not going to be protected, because the goal here is to make that illegal, to make that expression illegal. The goal here is to basically destroy any kind of political dissent. They want to undermine and destroy the First Amendment while simultaneously presenting themselves as the protectors of the First Amendment.
Story. Her name is Selena. Listen to what she told us.
I'm very proud to say that I work for ICE, and to have to take off my polo or, hide behind so that way my family is not put in danger or my colleagues are not put in danger. And I'm very, like I said, proud to work for ICE and to have to kind of put my polo down or my badge away for, you know, for the.
At no point do these people go, maybe what we're doing is fucked up. At no point. If you're proud, why do you have to hide? Oh, it's the threats. It's the fears. Unironically, that fake narrative, that bullshit fucking narrative for law enforcement is making this environment less safe. It is an inevitability at this point that someone is going to think that they are being kidnapped by some random fucking people coming out of an unmarked car and literally exercise their fucking Second Amendment rights. They're going to try to do castle doctrine eventually. How can people not realize this? This is not like, this is like, I'm fearful of the repercussions. I'm fearful of what comes next. I don't want that to happen. All the while, we're not even considering the consequences of these kinds of initiatives. Like, not only are they unpopular, but they're not good at all. They're not for the betterment of society. Like mass deporting random people that are working in farms and mass deporting people at their court dates, outside of their court dates in the courthouse. Like, how is that good for anybody? You designed a manufactured hysteria around the supposedly violent undocumented migrants that were not being apprehended and that were not being arrested by the previous administration. This was bullshit. If someone, regardless of their documentation, commits a heinous crime, of course they were prosecuted and subsequently deported as well. It is ridiculous. They lied about every step of this process. They made it seem as though previously ICE was woke and the woke judges and the woke cops would just let people go. Fucking ridiculous. Oh, wow, you've decapitated 8 babies, but you're a Guatemalan migrant? I guess we have to let you go. Fuck. Joe Brandon is too woke. Like, what are you talking about? That's not what happened. Of course that's not what happened. We've always been a nation of laws, okay? Regardless of what people say. Sometimes it actually gets a little out of hand, as a matter of fact. And not a single fucking Democrat turned around and said, what are you talking about? Everything you're saying is a lie.
The safety of us.
You know, so she says that when she's not on the streets there doing her job, she's got to go unidentified because of the potential risk to her or her family.
Yeah, video shows ICE
Exactly
with a
right,
5-year-old
John, and it
girl
all
while
ties
agents
back to
attempt to
what we
arrest
first
their
started speaking
father.
about.
Yeah.
You know, it's this rhetoric. It's when you know, elected officials are out there on national television saying that, you know, these ICE agents are modern day Gestapo. Well, what are you supposed to do? I mean, if somebody heard that, you know, during
What do you mean? It's true. And not only is it true, but it's also protected speech. What the fuck are we talking about? What are we supposed to say? How you do not get to dictate the way that people criticize the administration. That is goddamn un-American. What the fuck are we doing? That's not even allowed in other countries where they already have hate speech enforcements either. Like there's no nation state on the planet that isn't like a straight up dictatorship where you can't say the government is behaving like a fucking fascist administration and they just apprehend you. You know where they do that? In fucking Turkey they do that, okay? That's ridiculous. Turkey does not have a First Amendment. They don't have free speech there. It's ridiculous that in a country like the United States of America, we can't even fucking say the truth out loud anymore, where you're like, oh, sorry. It's just hurting people's feelings. It's like it's fomenting too much discontent, because at the heart of this matter is precisely that. You are making people too angry.
World War II, what are they inclined to do? They act out.
Turkey seems really based. Man, shut the fuck up. Go live there then, dumbass.
People in the fashion who are law enforcement officers of the country, sworn to uphold the current laws of our country, of not being guided by politics here, but by the law. And they very much concerned about their safety, and it makes sense that they need to protect themselves. So, you know, I hope there's superseding federal statutes that will allow for all these federal officers and ICE agents to continue to cover themselves in states like California and other jurisdictions where they need to do it.
All right, Bill, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for taking time with us on this story.
This needs to stop. Violence is wrong. Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the third shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences. Look, in America, we disagree. That's fine. That's the democratic process. But your political opponents are not Nazis. We need to learn to work together without demonizing each other, without attacking each other. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of law enforcement. I want to say...
Wow, so brave. Thank you, Ted. So brave of you. You know, a lot of people can't say this out loud, but I want to thank the boys in the blue. Thanks, Ted.
Say thank you to the...
Yeah, also, you would think that this guy shot and killed ICE officers. He did not. He shot and killed detainees, by the way. But of course, from the way that these press conferences have been designed, you would think that this guy went and shot and killed ICE officers, ICE agents. That's not the case.
Brave men and women of ICE and CBP and everyone who puts their lives on the line to keep us safe. The divisive rhetoric tragically has real consequences. I hope that every one of us will pray, number one, for the safety of law enforcement that are risking their lives to keep us safe. Number two, for the health of those who were shot and injured today. We still don't know the full details of who was injured, but for the families also of the victims of this shooting. Violence has no place. It is wrong. And we should come together. If we want to have a debate about immigration policies, we can do so in the halls of Congress without demonizing each other, and especially without demonizing the men and women who every day put on a badge and go risk their lives to keep us safe. And we should not be...
Like, these people, I don't think regular Americans like can completely comprehend this, because like I said, like they have this idea that like state violence is a constant, it's normal, it's normalized, it's supposed to happen, right? So they don't actually perceive actions of the state as inherently violent actions, no matter how violent they may get. There are instances where some people at least recognize it as like violent actions, like when a cop straight up assassinates someone who is unarmed in broad daylight, you know what I mean? But they don't realize that like all politics is about the distribution of resources and the distribution of power. And a part of that is violence. Who gets to do it? Who gets to be the recipient of violence? Okay? Like, in theory, what we're talking about here is that when the state behaves in a violent manner, people are supposed to go, people are supposed to say, okay, that's permissible, right? That's appropriate. That is the design of the state. It's done to protect as many people as possible, right? Because the state has a monopoly on violence. When cops go in and brutalize someone, or when cops go in and even arrest someone, even someone who deserves it, that is permissible violence, right? Because you are taking away someone's freedom. You are basically shackling them for an extended period of time, if not permanently for the rest of their lives. And there are instances where that is appropriate. Okay, there are instances where that is totally appropriate. If someone's a fucking serial killer, of course it's appropriate for the cops to literally arrest them, apprehend them, detain them, put them behind bars to ensure that they don't kill again, right? But that broad analysis does not factor into all state violence. People don't look at a situation like when ICE agents are doing the same thing to people that haven't done heinous crimes, that have simply crossed the border or got a visa at some point and overextended and stayed after their visa told them to leave, basically after their visa was over, and are simply working a regular honest day's job in a field somewhere, or as a barback, or in a fucking restaurant, or in a hospitality industry. Like, those people are not doing something that justifies this level of apprehension, that justifies their freedoms being taken away from them. Those people deserve to be documented. Those people deserve to have the proper clearance to continue working inside of U.S. borders. You can say you are wrong, and that's fine, but you have to explain to me why that is bad for the overall societal good. Why is that a bad thing? Okay? This is how discourse is supposed to take place, but these guys don't want to have this conversation any longer. They just simply want to apprehend people, detain them, arrest them, deport them, rip them away from their families, rip them away from their everyday existence, and kick them off into a concentration camp elsewhere in El Salvador or in other countries that they are not familiar with at all, and just make them into people who have to do slave labor elsewhere, okay? This is completely ridiculous. Like, the crime does not match the standard of violence that the state is applying, okay? And everybody understands that reality. That's precisely the reason why Trump basically started off this conversation about mass deportations by lying about migrants, by saying that migrants were all serial rapists and bloodthirsty murderers. Okay? Because if everyone was on board with just like doing this kind of thing to their fucking neighbors, he wouldn't have to lie and say that every single Guatemalan migrant is actually doing mass rapes and mass decapitations all around the country. He wouldn't have to lie. He could just be like, they're not here legally. They need to go. We need to fucking throw them in a slave labor colony in El Salvador. Okay? A million dumb fucks on X are posting the same incorrect images of the shooter, and the poor guy is replying on his account asking them for them to stop. I don't even know what the account is that people are posting. I haven't seen more information, but I mean, the dude's name, I think, is like Joshua John or something. And obviously, that's certainly more than one person. So, of course, that's going to happen on Twitter. The shooter, of course, died. So he killed himself. And obviously, people are just redirecting their attention to whoever the fuck they see fit. Why can't they work in their country? Great question. Perhaps it is because their agricultural output is completely destroyed, for example. That could be one reason. That could be one fucking reason why they can't do that. But ultimately, you're asking this question, but you're also not presenting an argument as to why it's bad that they're working here. You're not telling me why they're somehow different than your parents that also immigrated here at a certain point. Okay? You're not. This is wrong guy's account. He dispelled some misinfo in his replies. Yeah, his username says not the ICE shooter. It seems to me like people are he's just like posting this one, Jim Hansen. I've seen some people claiming Joshua John was a furry based on a pic from his Facebook. Seems more like he was a commie since the hat matches the one on his avatar. The image on the left is prepubescent me, not the shooter, from over a decade ago. I'm not associated with the image on the right. The hat has no meaning. It's just a stupid hat I was wearing at the time. Delete this post. Will they delete that post? Probably not.
Putting language out there that inspires madmen to commit evil crimes. Our prayers are with the men and women of law enforcement, and we ought to come together and have some decency across the political aisle to say This violence is wrong and it needs to stop.
Senator, have you been told that immigrant detainees were the victims of today's shooting?
My understanding is the details of who the victims are still being ascertained, so I don't want to go ahead of law enforcement releasing these details. What they have said is that no law enforcement was injured, and so that's a natural inference, but I don't know the details.
Not going to stop me from making a statement, though. But yeah, they have this and this. FBI reveals the Dallas ICE sniper left behind bullets with the text anti-ICE on him. 29-year-old Joshua John committed suicide after killing 2 detained illegal migrants. His profile picture on Facebook is of a communist. It's a glorious exposition comrade is the meme that's on the profile picture, which is another way to say cool story, bro, right? I've never seen Aaron Rupar tweet like this. Yeah, I saw that. Even the libs are hitting this is the fishiest shit I've ever seen. Aaron Rupar is a liberal. I've never seen Aaron Rupar turn around and go, this is the fishiest shit I've ever seen. We're supposed to believe the shooter wrote anti-ICE in pen on a bullet and then shot detainees, but not ICE officers. Now, again, information in situations like this, information comes out in real time. There is obviously a lot of mass misinformation being disseminated. Okay? As far as the shooter's background goes, as far as the shooter's leanings goes, I'm sure the FBI will do everything in their fucking power to make it an associate of Antifa or anti-fascist violence or whatever the fuck they're trying to present as like the real fear that you must, or transgender people, you know what I mean? Like the real real enemies of America, right? All the while, of course, J.D. Vance came out hot. The obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack, for their families. And then there was a community note. According to an ICE spokesperson, the 3 individuals shot were ICE detainees, leaving 2 individuals dead and 1 injured. No law enforcement was injured in the shooting, according to law enforcement and news reports out of Dallas, Texas. John Favreau says the vice president is not a reliable source of information. This is now the 5th or 6th time he's posted a political take contradicted by facts from his own law enforcement agencies. And then J.D. Vance turns around and says, the gunman had anti-ICE messages carved on the bullets he used. What precisely did I get wrong, dipshit? That's the vice president, man, beefing it out with one of the Podjons. And no, the shooter did not carve anything onto the fucking bullets, allegedly. I want to know what the other messages were on the bullets. But here is the latest statement from our deranged Department of Homeland Security. I need you to understand something, okay? I need you to understand something. This is something that I've been bringing up quite a bit, okay? When these institutions drop all notion and pretext of impartiality in an effort to pursue the truth, when they become unreliable resources, all hell breaks loose. The reason why people are less invested or less ready to believe whatever the fuck the FBI says or the DHS says now more than ever is because they see the Department of Homeland Security from that same fucking account post Pokemon memes. Okay? When you do that, when you become an unserious agency, how the fuck do you expect people to take you seriously? This is incredibly destabilizing. Okay? I am no liberal by any means. You know this already. One of the things that I criticize liberals is about the infallibility of institutions, the defense of institutions. But unironically, this is one of the problems when these fucking institutions are not, actually defensible. What is this fact check? What do you mean? What? It's not like fake. Yeah, we all saw it. What are we talking about? Why does this require a fucking fact check? Homeland Security posted a video featuring Pokemon theme song where they made the individuals that they're detaining and apprehending, they made them out to be like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. What are we talking about? When you do stuff like that, or when you're Kash Patel and you are a patently unserious person in broad fucking daylight, and you come out with information like this, people are obviously not going to be immediately, they're just not going to believe you. You become an unbelievable person. Every time you do fucked up shit like this, you become less believable in the eyes of even Republicans, as a matter of fact. This is part of the reason why even Republicans are like, maybe it was Israel that killed Charlie Kirk, and they don't even fucking believe the FBI. This is what happens when you're unprofessional. This is what happens when you are openly biased. This is what happens when you reveal fake information or false information without actually taking this investigation seriously. I'm using the Tyler Robinson case because that was a major issue for the FBI. That was a major issue for the Department of Homeland Security as well. And these guys seemingly post like there's no tomorrow. They don't give a fuck. They have made a joke out of all of these agencies. And the same goes for lying as well, like flagrantly lying. This kind of stuff makes a mockery of the seriousness of these institutions, the seriousness of these agencies. It robs them of the credibility that they need to have so that there is like some semblance of authority when they speak. But then also on top of that, they routinely fucking lie. Like, for example, that same account lied and claimed, the Department of Homeland Security account, lied and claimed that there was no 5-year-old that was detained while agents were attempting to arrest their father. They said it was gross. It was gross to lie about this. It's on camera. It's quite literally on fucking camera, dude. So when you do that, when you just lie like this about immediately verifiable information, you turn into Israel. Nobody believes anything that Israel fucking says. Nobody trusts Israel. That didn't happen due to unlimited anti-Semitism. That happened because Israel kept fucking lying so flagrantly and so openly about things that we could fucking see with our own 2 eyes that now, whenever an Israeli envoy says anything, I assume the exact opposite. And many Americans do as well. Many people around the world do as well. There is a healthy amount of skepticism that you develop when you openly bastardize the unimaginable influence that you have as a position of authority. If you're using the position of authority to just fucking lie all the time, people are going to be like, I don't trust you. Even your own fans, even people who are on your side ostensibly are going to not trust you. And we saw this with the example of Tyler Robinson. The FBI made a mockery of the agency by having Kash Patel speak on all of this shit. And now nobody even trusts the FBI when the FBI says, oh yeah, well, I don't know who the shooter is, or the shooter's background is this or that. And now people think, nah, it's actually Israel. Fuck you. Those are not my people who say that. Those are not, anti-fascists or leftists who say that. Those are right-wingers who are saying that. Those are people who love Donald Trump who are saying that now. Good luck. What the consequence of being untrustworthy if they have all the power? They're just dabbing on us endlessly, and I don't know what the inevitable outcome of this is. Well, ultimately, the consequence is, whether they are intending for this to happen or not, the consequences of this are mass instability, right? Like when you lose your own side because you have lost credibility even with your own base, then no one is going to trust you. And when no one fucking trusts you, when no one at all trusts you, then you can't have authority. This creates chaos. This is the social fabric eroding in front of our eyes, okay? The social contract eroding in front of our eyes is pure chaos, pure anarchy. And not like anarchism, the political ideology. I mean like anarchy in the colloquial sense. It turns into a fucking free-for-all. These guys have treated these institutions like they're nothing, like they're just another organ of propaganda, and really silly and really stupid propaganda. And of course, a byproduct of this is going to be that people don't fucking trust them. What is the expectation? This morning, a deranged gunman attacked the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE Dallas field office from a nearby rooftop. The shooter fired indiscriminately at the ICE building, as well as at a van in the Sally Port where the victims were shot. 3 detainees were shot, 2 are deceased, and the other is in critical condition. The gunman was found with a self-inflicted gun wound. We can confirm the shell casings were found with anti-ICE messages on them. This was an attack on ICE law enforcement. This horrific attack occurred amidst the 1,000% increase in assaults against ICE.gov. Politicians and the media, pundits must stop with the vile lies and smears designed to demonize and dehumanize ICE law enforcement. This shooting must serve as a wake-up call to the far left that their rhetoric about ICE has consequences. DHS is working with partner agencies on the ground. Please join us in praying for the victim and their families. President Trump and Secretary Noem stand with the men and women of ICE. Like, they don't even give a shit. They don't even, they just, you know, it's just a talking point for them. Like, oh, pray for the victims. But also, if you fucking criticize ICE, we're coming for you. Yeah, a bunch of fucking professional victims, dude. It's like, you're being too mean to the Gestapo is a crazy statement to make as they're engaging in mass apprehension initiatives against people that don't deserve it. It's that simple. You know what I mean? And now 2 people that don't deserve the detainment are killed. They were shot and killed. And these guys can't even fucking give them the dignity, because obviously giving them the dignity in this moment would mean that those are human beings. And if you actually recognize that those are fucking human beings that were unjustly being detained in this regard, in this way, then obviously it kind of blows the lid on the entire ICE operations, right? All of a sudden you're like recognizing the humanity of these victims, then people are going to start asking the question, why the fuck are you detaining them then? What have they done? And I don't know what crimes these people had done in this circumstance. But what I do know is that the overwhelming majority of people that are being detained are not being detained because they've done heinous crimes, but they're simply being detained because the administration wants to prove to the most racist people in their base of support that they're doing something. That's it. They are simply pawns, easily discarded for a message. And it's interesting because that message has not been received positively by the broad subsects of American society. People who have seen this are now turning around and saying, I don't like this. Why are you arresting these people? You lied to me. You told me that these guys were all like rapist pedophiles, and the guys you're arresting are my fucking neighbors. They didn't do shit. Donald Trump is underwater on his immigration agenda. It was his most popular policy. And now he is underwater on immigrant apprehension. No thanks, JD. I will not be going straight to hell today, though when I watch you speak, I certainly feel like I'm already there. Oh, God, with these dunks. Anyway, yeah, here's JD Vance also using this as an opportunity to continue the anti-left rhetoric to try to say like, oh, it's the left that is doing this. We have to stop them. Where do you think it will go? Where do you think this will go, for the record? This is going to inevitably lead to the administration taking action, okay? The administration taking action against any sort of political dissent.
And while we're all mourning and rooting for and praying for everybody who was injured at that ICE facility, and as far as we know, it looks like some of the detainees, in other words, some of the potential illegal aliens, were some of those who were affected. Look.
He can't even, see, this is what I mean. He can't even recognize the humanity of those who were apprehended, who were shot and killed. Because if he does, then all of a sudden, it leads people to question why they're doing this. Why are you doing this to regular humans? You should be doing this to violent, barbaric, rapist monsters, not regular human beings. Do you understand?
Just because we don't support illegal aliens, we don't want them to be executed by violent assassins engaged in political violence either. So we're praying both for our ICE agents, but also for everybody who's affected by this terrible attack.
Praying for our ICE agents again. But also maybe the detainees as well, who are illegal aliens. Like, if calling a right-winger a fascist for demonstrating fascist ideology is violent rhetoric, what is calling a fucking detained person who was just slain an illegal alien? What is that? Words or violence doesn't go in one direction only. It goes in both directions. But these guys want to maintain whatever kind of violent, dehumanizing rhetoric they want to fucking engage with. And then when you say that that violent and dehumanizing rhetoric is identical to the way that Nazis fucking operated, you go, whoa! That's words are violence. Words are violence. How dare you? At its root, and this is something that many of you have probably experienced, right? Someone says something racist, you call them out and you say, hey man, that's racist. They yell at you for calling them out. It's not the racism demonstrated by that person that's a problem. It's that you are calling it out. You're the problem.
And while we're all mourning and rooting for and praying for everybody who was injured at that ICE facility, and as far as we know, it looks like some of...
Here's the other thing that he said.
Because here's what happens. Because here's what happens when Democrats like Gavin Newsom did say that these people are part of an authoritarian government. When the left-wing media lies about what they're doing, when they lie about who they're arresting, when they lie about the actual job of law enforcement, what they're doing is encouraging crazy people to go and commit violence. You don't have to agree with my immigration.
My thoughts are the administration is doing this since there are millions of people breaking into our country illegally. You do realize that Obama and all the Dems are deporting millions as well too, right? Why does it only matter when Trump does it? Ugh. Take this to someone else that has defended the mass deportation policies of previous liberal administrations and not the one fucking guy who has been actively yelling at the Democrats for doing the exact same thing. There are plenty of people who are not morally consistent on this, okay? There are plenty of people who are hypocritical on this. I'm not one of those people. Oh my God. It doesn't make any sense because, like, imagine if you actually won this argument on the virtue of hypocrisy. Like, what argument have you won? Is it bad or is it good? What's the argument? I believe it's bad. You want to know why I believe it's bad? Because these people are not harming anyone. As a matter of fact, they're actually helping people, okay? They are literally contributing to the economy. Not that they have to, they're human beings. They simply just want a better life. There is no difference between someone who has come into this country from Guatemala versus your parents that were on fucking Ellis Island, okay? There's no difference. They are just human beings. I do not believe that there is any significant difference between one person over the next. The only difference is that the administration has taken their sweet time deliberately to not offer them the proper documentation. That's it. Many of your great-grandparents, when they first came here, unless they're directly WASPs, were also treated in a similar way. Undesirable. Ruining the culture of America. Now, you, many generations removed from that kind of dehumanizing rhetoric, are comfortably a part of the white identity. Okay? Whiteness as a socio-political construct has expanded greatly. Those whose great-grandparents came here as Italian migrants also were met with violence and dehumanizing rhetoric at the point of entry into the country. Now, that seems fucking laughable. It seems ridiculous to consider an Italian person to be not white or to consider an Irish person to be not white. Anyway, everyone, I'm here to speak amicably, not be rude in any way, just asking asking questions to better understand. Okay, well, I hope you understand, Elon Musk 858. Yeah, swarthy German mentioning coming. I'm not even going to get into it, okay? Go back far enough, yes, Germans were considered not white by Benjamin Franklin himself. The only people that were considered white that weren't immediate WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, were French because Benjamin Franklin wanted to fuck French ladies, okay? That's why he was like, I'll make a consideration for the French. That's it.
Policies, you don't have to agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies. But if your political rhetoric encourages violence against our law enforcement, you can go straight to hell.
So when 90% of them supported Obama on deportations, then they were all wrong, right? And ultimately they have to swallow crow since they were all on board. You might as well call 90% of the current Dems Nazis since they had the same mindset just a dozen years ago. Again, I have to repeat this. First of all, the 90% that supported Obama's deportation policies is a ridiculous number and it's not correct. But the percentage of Democrats that did support it, I did fucking call fascist. I did. Why do you think liberals constantly say I'm a fucking spoiler and I only want to divide the left? Dude, you are, again, you're in the community of a person who literally talked to elected representatives in the lead up to the election directly and said, you have to address the migrant panic that the Republicans are concocting. It is mass hysteria. And in the absence of any sort of counter message, and in the absence of any sort of counter narrative that actually shows the truth, this is going to become a major problem. You can make up statistics all day, every day, but you can't actually come in here and say that to me, a person who has been an advocate for migrant rights forever. So no, I didn't miss your message. Now I read it, and it was just as stupid.
Together. But make no mistake, that conversation is inspired by the people you just saw on your screen.
All systems go on this.
I am often very reluctant to say that violent actions of an individual is
all
predicated
systems
by
go on this, okay? Hundreds of mass shootings conducted by Trump supporters being like, I love Donald Trump, that's why I'm killing black people or whatever. Doesn't matter. That's woke nonsense. Just move along, okay? And then all of a sudden now it's like the Democrats, the demon rats, they're demonizing our big, beautiful, brave ICE law enforcement agents by correctly calling what they're doing to be fascist.
Sane on the left. What Democrat is ready to look at this clown show that is now inspiring violence and say that will no longer speak for us who simply disagree? Gavin Newsom asks, what are ICE agents afraid of? The answer, Governor, is this.
Yeah, see,
this is what
this is how you know their anger is for everybody, by the way, because they're redirecting this to Gavin fucking Newsom. Okay? They're redirecting the animosity to Gavin Newsom. Shouts out to Gavin, by the way, Big Gav. Not my favorite guy, but at least I'm glad that he's like a magnet for all of the hate and animosity in these trying times. Why are they redirecting it back to him? Because he said in the state of California, if you're a fucking law enforcement officer, you can't wear a mask and hide your identity. That makes total sense. The fuck do you mean? You're public servants.
That thousands of other conservatives shamelessly celebrated the assassination and called for more of them. Now imagine that in the same week, another right-winger shot up a country club while shouting
crying
MAGA.
Like crazy. They're just like, the Republican mentality is about perceived victimhood. Like they're attacking Christians. They're attacking our way of life. They're attacking traditional family values. They want us dead. They want us dead over and over and over again. Okay? And in the process of that perceived victimhood, this perceived victimhood narrative that they channel, they get increasingly more insane. But because they're fucking professional victims, there are plenty of people in the base that also subscribe to this professional victimhood narrative. Like, think about that. These guys have all the levers of power, and they're still fucking crying. They do all of their wishes. They get away with whatever the fuck they want to do. Unlimited violence to designated targets of the administration, vulnerable populations, whether they be trans, whether they be undocumented migrants or whatnot. And now also the left, right? Any expression of liberalism, any expression of empathy is now going to be punished. They have full control. People don't like what they're doing. So instead of addressing the democratic wishes of the majority of American society, they're just trying to stamp out people that say, I don't like this. This is fascism through and through. Okay? That's all this is. They are doing this at the behest of some of the most racist dipshits in society because they're not going to actually address the cost of living crisis. They're not going to actually offer you free health care. So they're just trying to throw red meat at key parts of their base. For the white evangelical Protestants, it was abortion, right? It was criminalizing abortion, making it a punishable offense, even though it's a part of healthcare, part of regular ass healthcare. And this was met with a lot of animosity, even from Republican voters, as a matter of fact. Then now they're turning around and giving a lot of the white nationalists in the base that are fearful of Mexicans and Guatemalans and whatnot, a opportunity to feel comfortable, an opportunity to say, hey, look, we got your back. We're doing things that we promised we were going to do. We're doing mass deportations. All the while, none of that is actually productive. It's not even good for the economy. It's actually very bad for the economy. And all you're doing is enforcing cruelty upon some of the most marginalized, some of the most vulnerable communities, just so a couple people can feel better because there's someone else that they can lord over, someone else that's lower than they are. And if you call that out, you're a fucking enemy. What's going to happen when it's not only, 60% of the American public that's against this, but 75% of the American public that's against this? What's going to happen when it starts eating away at the base? Are they going to arrest all of us? Is that what they're going to do? Do they think that, like, if you simply deplatform or arrest or make threats of deplatforming or criminal prosecution against those who are critical of the administration's actions, what's going to happen when you criminalize that? Do you think that's going to make people feel better? Do you think that's going to make people think, oh, you know what? Previously, I really didn't like that the fucking masked agents came to my neighborhood and packed up my neighbor that I like quite a bit. He's done nothing wrong. He's not a criminal at all. He just works at a fucking restaurant in the neighborhood. This person that was a part of our community. Previously, I didn't like that. But now that they arrested people who are saying that this is fucked up and wrong, demonstrating my feelings, now I actually believe it's a good thing. Is that what we think is going to happen? No, of course not. You cannot stamp out discontent, especially if you are not offering anything material to the base of support. If you're not giving them an immediate improvement in their lives, and you do this kind of shit, people are just going to keep getting increasingly more and more angry. And when there is no pressure valve, because communication is a part of this process in a democratic society, a part of the process is you communicate your anxieties, you communicate your anger, you communicate your frustration, and you do so by going out and protesting, for example. When you make that illegal, when you make protests illegal, when you make saying that the administration is wrong illegal, people are going to still feel angry, and they're not going to have a pressure valve. They're not going to have something that they can do to exercise their discontent. It doesn't go away. This anger is not going to go away. It's that simple. It's so dumb and so just like you communicate to your, in air quotes, fans, insinuating violence, Nepo baby. Okay, man. Update. The Department of Homeland Security issued a correction Wednesday afternoon saying that as of 2:30 p.m. local time in Dallas, one detainee is deceased and two others are in critical condition.
Back to better parenting, to better education, to the fundamentals. It's not going to be something that happens overnight. But we
Genuine question. I don't agree with deporting anyone already on U.S. soil, but what do you think about border control? Do you think having an open border policy is better? I think at least we should do background checks. Yes, dude. Yes. When what people are representing as like open borders is not this like anyone can walk over the fucking border. Yeah, of course there needs to be background checks, man. What are we talking about? Yes. We already have that, by the way. Once again, a lot of people just take the Republican framework and go along with it as though these guys are sincere, right? No, understand that your ideological opponents are reframing the narrative in a way that suits their purpose. They are bastardizing the message that you're putting out there. You have no obligation to respond to their insincere framing. Okay? Oh, fuck. What are the chances of the 2 detainees that died that were in the U.S. legally? It could be the case. I mean, these guys detain legal, lawful, permanent residents as well. Because right now, they want to get as big number, as many people as possible, right? In order to soothe the appetite for death and destruction by some of these fucking losers in American society. This is not like a majority opinion, obviously. That's why it's unfavorable, right? But in the process of doing so, to get as many numbers as possible, they're just apprehending people who look Mexican. They're apprehending people who sound Mexican. They're doing it all the time. And there are a fuck ton of Americans with actual paperwork who were born on U.S. soil even, that get detained in the process. We don't even fucking know if these guys were actually here illegally. They might be, but we don't know. And it doesn't seem like these guys even give a shit about addressing whether or not these guys... like addressing the victims at all.
Governor Greg Abbott, thank you so much for being with us here today. All right, we have a bit of breaking news now for you. It's about former FBI Director James Comey. We get to that next.
Yeah, they're also, I guess they're prosecuting James Comey or something. It's all petty grievances, man. It's all fucking petty grievances. It is crazy. So you think anyone whose background check is good, they should be able to just walk in? If someone is not harming anybody and they're going to be a good contributor to the American economy, why the fuck would you avoid letting them into the country? This is what I don't understand. Yes. The irony, of course, is that if you did not want people to come into the country, the easiest thing you could do is perhaps not ruin their fucking personal home countries that they're coming from, because no one travels thousands of fucking miles, oftentimes by foot, to go through treacherous terrain to simply fuck up the country that they're going to. They're not like, they don't have some sort of sinister purpose. They just want to fucking work. They want jobs. They want to make ends meet just like you do. We must address the reasons as to why migration takes place from Latin American countries, first and foremost. If you truly think this is a major imposition, which is not the case, by the way. It's not a major imposition. They just want a better life. And we're a large enough country, especially because there is no lump sum of labor unless there is a process of different tiers for who is allowed to work legally and who is working illegally. There is no lump sum of labor. When the population number grows, job opportunities grow as well. Can you show proof that illegal immigration isn't rising in numbers? What do you mean? Did I even say any of that? I mean, the Trump administration claims that they've stamped out illegal immigration now because of their violent detention strategies and whatnot. But anyway, Donald Trump has also released a statement, and we'll obviously return back to this situation later when more information comes out. I'm going to continue talking about all this other stuff as well. But Hasan, I know you're going to call me an anarchist, but I don't think we should base the idea of immigration being good or bad based on it being productive to our fucked up capitalist society. I don't even care about that, but I'm just saying it's such a fucking idiotic thing that it doesn't even make sense from a capitalist framework either. Okay? They're human beings. You don't know what kind of potential they have. I'm just attacking the most common ways that people lie about undocumented migrants. Anyway, Trump says, I've been briefed on the deadly shooting at ICE field office in Dallas, Texas. It has now been revealed that the deranged shooter wrote anti-ICE on his shell casings. This is despicable. The brave men and women of ICE are just trying to do their jobs and remove the worst of the worst criminals out of our country. But they are facing unprecedented increase in threats, violence, and attacks by deranged radical leftists. This violence is a result of radical left Democrats constantly demonizing law enforcement, calling for ICE to be demolished, and comparing ICE officers to Nazis. The continuing violence from radical left terrorists in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination must be stopped. ICE officers and other brave members of law enforcement are under grave threat. We already declared Antifa a terrorist organization, and I will be signing an executive order this week to dismantle these domestic terrorism networks. I am calling on all Democrats to stop this rhetoric against ICE and America's law enforcement right now. The Trump administration is fully committed to backing law enforcement, strong borders, securing our homeland, deporting violent illegal criminals, and fully rooting out the left-wing domestic terrorism that is terrorizing our country. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Democrats are so fucking stupid. Oh my God, if they cave on this, if they just like don't actually come out and say this is ridiculous, the reason why people are angry is not because Democrats are saying anything. The reason why people are angry is because you're deporting their fucking neighbors for no goddamn reason other than to distract people away from your inability to address the economic harm that they were fucking experiencing. If the Democrats don't come out and say that, they might as well just obey in advance and say, yes, you're right, Mr. President. We hate the evil radical left. And then they'll go get arrested too. What is this? James O'Keefe hits the Trump administration again over Epstein with a video saying Trump is protecting people by hiding the files. Senior DOJ Epstein investigator reveals Epstein was CIA, confirms rapes occurred while Bill Clinton was on the plane, says of President Trump, he's protecting a lot of other people. He's not protecting himself because there's nothing there. I've interviewed all the victims. There's never been an instance where Trump was on a plane with these kids and the rapes occurred. But that can't be said for Clinton, and it can't be said for others. The DOJ didn't want to go after Epstein because he's an asset for the United States and Israel. It's not talked about yet, but it soon come out that Epstein, was a CIA informant. All these deportations and my wages haven't increased and my rent and groceries are only getting more expensive. Exactly. Who trusts James O'Keefe, man? Are you gullible? No, I don't. But it is important that a person who is a profoundly important Republican hatchet man is now seemingly turning on the Trump administration a little bit, because this is how the right also moves on this issue, slowly but surely. It's the same reason why I cover the Candace Owens conspiracies about how it was definitely Israel that killed Charlie Kirk. Okay? I cover everything. I cover all angles. My job is to correct the record and to look at the actual facts and examine them critically in an instance where people are spreading misinformation, and many people do it for partisan purpose. Sometimes they do it in a way where it's not even, it's like somehow clearing Trump, but also simultaneously shitting on Trump for protecting Bill Clinton. Also, that narrative that he is designing here is unironically closer to the truth than any number of different Epstein adjacent conspiracies that you have heard. Okay? The idea that Donald Trump is protecting the super wealthy, including fucking Bill Clinton, is unironically the case. The real reason as to why he's not revealing the Epstein files or a client list is because he does not want people to pursue. He does not want people to be like, what the fuck? All of our societal elites were somehow connected to this like serial mass rapist, pedophile, sex trafficker that was very clearly an asset for U.S. and Israeli intelligence. Interesting. Remember, Donald Trump is a major dick rider of Israel. Okay, Israel says jump. Donald Trump says how high. What is this? ACE Deputy Director Madison Shahan. Someone chose to come in and kill these detainees while they were being processed. Note how the administration officials don't have their story straight on this.
Shouldn't have been here illegally, but they didn't deserve to be executed.
Absolutely. They didn't deserve this at all. And, you know, there's a Justice Department for a reason, and they'll go through their due process. But somebody chose to come in and kill these detainees as they were being processed.
Are they processed like hourly? So if you're sitting up on the roof, you're probably going to see a couple of vans out during the day?
Absolutely, and especially in the morning. A lot of our operations take place in the morning. It's when we see a high traffic area. And the situation could have been much worse if there was even more detainees, even more ICE officials at the facility as this person decided to throw rounds into our facility.
You know, I mean, it's unthinkable. I mean, you're just going to work, you're doing your job.
Anyway, moving on from this, we are going to talk about Italy, which experienced a general strike 2 days ago where every single union, or many unions in the country, including, most importantly, the dock workers union, came out and said that they were going to do a mass action, mass mobilization, and a general strike because of the administration's inability to address Israel's unlimited violence. They had also presented in the past that they would stop all of the actions in the ports, stop all commerce altogether if the flotilla, which also had some of their rank and file members on it, the Gaza humanitarian flotilla that I covered yesterday that was shot at by Israeli drone strikes, if they were harmed, if they were stopped, that they would shut off the Italian ports. They would stop commerce altogether. Okay? An expression of solidarity, another recognition for Americans as to why labor union power matters. Okay? And it turns out this actually worked because while some people have said that it's not true that Italy is actually sending a naval vessel to protect the Gaza flotilla, it seems as though the Spanish government has said they are going to do so. They're going to send their own vessel as well. But let's see. Italy's Unione Sindacale di Base, the rank and file union, has announced a permanent mobilization in 100 squares across the country in solidarity with the global Samud flotilla. In Rome, the protest will begin Friday in Piazzi di Cinquecento. Did I say that right? I don't know. Following the attacks yesterday involving drones and 12 explosions on 9 different flotilla ships carrying humanitarian aid for Gaza, USB warned that if authorities try again to stop the flotilla, the response will be immediate. General strike without notice. Cinquecento. Okay. USB is one of Italy's largest independent unions with tens of thousands of members concentrated in the public sector, logistics, transport, healthcare, and precarious or temporary work. Founded in 2010, it is known for its militant politics, strongly anti-austerity, anti-NATO, and anti-war. It has led strikes against privatization, labor precarity, and international wars. On the 22nd of December, USB led Gaza solidarity strikes that shut down ports and transport hubs across Italy. Its new call raises the stakes. Organized labor is now threatening nationwide walkouts to defend the flotilla's right to sail. Amazing. This is why organizations matter. This is why labor organizing matters. Okay? Now, the Spanish government is also taking note. Tomorrow, a maritime action ship will set sail from Cartagena, equipped in case it is necessary to assist the flotilla or carry out some type of rescue. it is, I will say, it does give me a sense of shame to see what our corporate captured labor unions are doing in the face of this kind of in the face of this kind of labor action that is an absolute necessity. Like I've said before, the people united will never be defeated. Okay? There are more of us than they are of them. Okay? This guy said, they're just Hamas. What do real Italians think? Okay, this is a 29-month subscriber. Good one. Yeah. The entire rank and file of like one of Italy's largest labor unions is actually Hamas. They're all Hamas as well. Macron under pressure from his rival Mélenchon to stand up for the security of the flotilla in Gaza. Italy is stepping in to protect the flotilla threatened by the genocide army. What is France doing? 4 of whose deputies are on board to break the Gaza blockade. Who is Macron afraid of? Jean-Luc Mélenchon, my goat, says the truth once again. This kind of domestic pressure is exactly what matters right now, by the way. I wish that we had some kind of opposition party in the fucking United States of America that could constantly shit on Donald Trump in a similar vein, even for pure partisan politics. But of course, we don't have that here in this goddamn country because everyone is fucking stupid and cowardly. Oh. Let's take a look.
Defense Minister says a Navy frigate has been sent to assist a flotilla carrying aid to Gaza. The flotilla is reported to have come under drone attack off the coast of Crete. The people on board posted this on social media. The global Samud flotilla said more than a dozen explosions were heard around the flotilla as it sailed off Greece late on Tuesday, with damage caused by unidentified objects dropped on deck. Some of those on board recorded messages. Here's one of them.
We just heard another attack right now. We know of 5 vessels that have been attacked by a bomb. You can clearly hear it, and again another bomb was released. We do not know which vessel it is at this very moment. Raise the alarm. We are in international waters carrying only humanitarian aid. We have no weapons. We pose no threat to anyone.
The Greek Coast Guard says a European Union Borders Agency patrol boat had approached one vessel and saw no evidence of damage. But let's speak now to Dr. James Smith, a British A&E doctor who, as part of the flotilla crew, had to return back to the UK.
Like, think about, dude, look at the discontent and the action that these countries are taking right now. And then look at what we are predisposed with in the United States of America. They recognize what Israel is doing. They are demonstrating against Israel, and they're demonstrating to protect people who are taking action against Israel. Meanwhile, here in the United States of America, even though there are American citizens on those humanitarian aid ships that are seeking to go through the Israeli blockade, the unjustifiable Israeli blockade, okay, they have journalists on those ships as well. They have humanitarian aid that they want to directly deliver to the people of Gaza, okay, while they are being genocided by the Israeli state. What are Americans worried about? Fucking Jimmy Kimmel. Now, I'm not going to say that it's not a significant attempt by the administration to quash any sort of fucking political dissent, to try and force the FCC, or to try and get the FCC to force these corporations to stop running Jimmy Kimmel because of the Republican distaste for Jimmy Kimmel's commentary. Okay? That is significant. It's a significant erosion of the First Amendment. But make no mistake, we are still busy with silly shit. Okay? We're still busy with silly shit. We're still busy with silly shit in a country that is perhaps most responsible for Israel's continued genocide. It's our money that is going over there to kill those children. It's our tax dollars. It's the weapons that we develop and design that Israel is using on the population. I'm with you, dog, but you were on Kimmel for 3 days also. Man, that's the reason why I was on it, is because any kind of encroachment against the First Amendment is a obvious fucking problem. Do you not understand? That's why I'm saying it's not insignificant. It is not insignificant that Jimmy Kimmel was taken off the air due to direct pressure and threats by the FCC. That is still an erosion of American liberties. Okay? And even then, what did I say? I kept bringing the conversation back to the other attempts by the administration to successfully undermine free speech from the point of immigrant enforcement. To come to me and act as though I do not recognize this reality is so fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. I mean, here it is. In the aftermath of the Jimmy Kimmel situation, I said, Jimmy Kimmel's return to air is a step in the right direction. It is a reminder that Trump and his policies around stopping political dissent is not as popular as this website would have you believe. People must also extend this enthusiasm and fervor to protecting pro-Palestinian advocacy. To accuse me of dropping the ball on pro-Palestinian advocacy is so stupid when you clearly don't understand that a big part of the reason why an administration that comes after Jimmy Kimmel for, like, you know, tepid ass takes about the fucking administration are clearly going to destroy my opportunity to speak out against Israel. I understand that reality. I'm surprised that you guys don't.
UK, but is, I understand, still in contact with colleagues aboard the ship. James, good to see you. What have they told you? What's been happening?
So, Lucy, last night, a series of what appear to be coordinated attacks, I believe now 15 attacks on the flotilla. The flotilla now comprises about 40 vessels, most of which are small sailboats, 2 slightly larger motorboats, all of which, as you just heard from that clip, are carrying humanitarian aid, water, food, medicine. I myself was with the flotilla for about 2.5 weeks. I was on several of these boats, and I can attest to exactly that. These boats are crewed by regular folks from the world over, lawyers, doctors, nurses, teachers, and so on. What we know about what happened last night, we were still trying to get to the bottom of exactly what was used against the boats, but a series of quadcopters were flying very close to the boats and dropped onto several vessels what looked like flashbangs, very loud noise, very bright light, often used to disorientate and to intimidate. And then, of course, the communications line was jammed. The VHF radio, which is used for emergency communications, started playing music by the Swedish band ABBA. We believe that this might well be due to the peculiar fixation of the Israeli state on the participation of Swedish national Greta Thunberg.
Given that the...
Is not an attack on you if organizing is such a big problem for the left in the U.S.? Couldn't someone with such a large platform and following like yours help organize blackout or strikes or other means of organizing the fight back? It's not an attack on me. It's an attack on, I guess, your inability to understand the logistics of planning something like this, a mass demonstration like this. Okay? You have to use the pre-existing organizations. Stop lying. Should I get nuggets or strips from Chick-fil-A? I'm super hungry. Stop lying. Invisible Mirror, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Labor union collective action needs to be conducted at the union level. 41,000 people, if we all decided to collectively not go to work tomorrow, this would not actually change the dynamic at all, because there is no like organizing body that puts it together. It's like Reddit strikes or whatever people try to fucking pretend to put together are all inconsequential. Unions have to do it. There's nothing you can do. At most, what you can do is basically try to engage in like mass protest or something. Yeah, that's just 41,000 companies that have one employee not showing up for a day. And people are going to be like, why didn't he show up? I don't know. Agreed, you can't go out and call for a general strike, but as an activist, I constantly see the need for new structures. Are the established ones that are stagnant and concerned about contracts? This is only something that you can do from within. If you're a rank and file member, if you're already a part of union organizing, you can approach your union to demonstrate, to take action. Otherwise, it's just a sick day. That's not how this works.
The amount of aid on board the flotilla is so small when the scale.
But 10% of the U.S. workforce in a union, they aren't an institution of power, is just fucking, isn't that just dogmatic Marxist cope? That is just so wrong. One singular sector, one singular union, the longshoremen's union could literally destroy the American economy. The Teamsters could completely shut down all logistics in this country. You are wrong. It doesn't have to be all unions. One union could completely shut down the economy. One union. Are you kidding me? That's the reason why it's illegal for many of these unions to even engage in work stoppages. It is the only power that they have. Work stoppage is the only power that a labor union has to make the companies meet their very reasonable fucking demands. Even the mere threat of a work stoppage is enough for the administration to come in and be like, we gotta listen to what they're saying. We can't have this happen. That is the reason why America has so many anti-union provisions, anti-labor provisions in their own rules, in their rule book. Yeah, a lot of U.S. unions can't strike without breaking contract. The UPS union is one of them. I used to work for it. I know. That is the principle of solidarity, however, that it doesn't matter. If a labor union takes this action and they have enough runway to protect their rank and file, this is why strike funds are important. Okay, this is why they have a legal team. This is why they have strike funds. If rank and file get together and basically starve out the capital owners for an extended period of time, their interest in generating profits is going to inevitably kick in and force them to meet the demands of the labor union.
Need is so large, James. What was your motivation for being on board, for being part of the flotilla?
We're all unemployed. He doesn't need to worry about union. Wait, what? We can do it with this community. Let's do something similar with your community. Oh, this is one of the unfortunate consequences of having children in this audience, as well as adults that are union members in this audience.
Look, I mean, I don't think that anyone on the flotilla feels that the amount of aid will make a significant dent on the material conditions. This is a population.
Like when you say, what about right to work days? It doesn't matter. They can't. The whole point is they can't fire everybody. Okay. And even if they did, the process of rehiring and retraining would be so unimaginably costly. These are all calculations that the capital owners have to make. What are we doing? That's why historically, this is how initiatives have taken place. That's why historically changes have been made in exactly this way.
of more than 2.1 million Palestinians who are being subjected to genocide. The focus of the flotilla is not only to bring aid, but to draw attention to Israel's atrocities in Gaza, Israel's flagrant breaches of international law, and the failure of what's left of the international community to uphold its collective legal, political, and moral obligations. We know that direct action flourishes where political and legal systems fail to uphold the most basic values, the most foundational commitment to human rights. And the flotilla is doing what states have refused to do. Israel is perpetrating genocide against.
How dare you? Strips are way better. Didn't unions get disbanded back in 1950 during railroad strikes? Why did you dodge my question about the choice? HasanAbi Dodge, you didn't answer my question. Oh my God, shut the fuck up about chicken strips, man. Jesus Christ. Lock in, chatters.
And it is incumbent upon all states, per the terms of the Genocide Convention, to act to break Israel's illegal siege. And really, that's the primary focus of the flotilla, to continue to draw attention to what Israel is doing to the Palestinian people in Gaza.
And James, in terms of your job as an A&E doctor, we have been hearing from 2 Australian doctors, surgeons who are working in Al-Shifa. They are barely functioning there. They describe just horrific conditions that they're having to operate in. And of course, so much of the rest of the infrastructure within Gaza has collapsed as well. I know that you've worked inside Gaza. I mean, what are you hearing from other colleagues who are in there at the moment?
Much the same as what you've just described. I mean, the situation in Gaza deteriorates day on day. Israeli forces have invaded Gaza City, where there was still some functioning healthcare facilities, some bed capacity. The Israeli tanks are now very close to Al-Shifa hospital. People, of course, being forced to flee towards the south. In the last couple of days, PMRS clinics have been repeatedly targeted.
They're not going to hit the but Hamas line. No, at this stage, if you haven't noticed, mainstream outlets are also responsive to the quite reasonable demands being made by the public. And it's I said this a while back. Mainstream media basically follows like this broadcast, but 6 months later. So if you see something that I cover, and when it comes to like broader recognitions as far as like the genocide, they're 2 years too late, right? But for a lot of things, for a lot of issues, like they initially thought that they could just like hide the anger and resentment that public was experiencing and the demonstrations, and they thought they could consistently contextualize Israel's violence. And they kept that up for quite a while. But at a certain point, they have a higher priority of maintaining at least a shred of legitimacy, a shred of credibility. So if you got hundreds of thousands of people in the fucking streets being like, this is a genocide, we have to stop it. And they're just like, this is not a genocide, and there's no reason to stop it. You are all Hamas. Then no one is going to look at mainstream outlets ever again. And as a matter of fact, they've already eroded what remains of their credibility. But the tonal shift coming now is a consequence of all of the public pressure. Okay? That's it. That's the only reason. Because it's gotten to a point where the majority everywhere in the Western world has realized that this is a genocide, it's unacceptable, and we have to do everything in our power to stop it. So they have to literally say it's a genocide. I mean, look no further than the New York Times, right? When the New York Times wrote that silly article about me in the style section about how I was accusing Israel of, in air quotes, a genocide, that was a couple months ago, right? Now the New York Times allows me to write a fucking op-ed where I say Israel is doing a genocide, and they hyperlink it to another New York Times op-ed from a Holocaust scholar, a Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar, who is also calling it a genocide. So, like, the permission structure has expanded. It's no longer an accusation. It's now the objective reality. Maybe there's still a difference in opinion on this stuff, but that means that 6 months down the line, they are going to also, once the Overton window is shifted in the direction of truth even further, they will then say, these guys are actually denying the Holocaust. These guys are actually denying the genocide. We're not there yet. And obviously, it's totally understandable and totally reasonable for people to say too little, too late. but I still see value in continuing to push these institutions that still have a lot of credibility among people who have a lot of power, for example, a lot of executives, a lot of older people, to change their tone. Because I recognize that every single person is necessary in this fight, because it's obvious that these guys are not going to change. These guys are not going to turn around and do this out of the kindness of their fucking hearts. They're not going to do it. And if this administration in the United States of America didn't recognize that this was a deeply unpopular issue, they wouldn't be doing stuff like this. Trump will sign executive order on domestic terrorism networks. They're doing this because their agenda is unpopular. A strong administration that has this broad popular mandate would see no need to stamp out discontent. They'd just be like, all right, shut up. Keep chirping into the fucking wind, stupid. Nobody cares. We're doing the wishes of the popular. We're abiding by the wishes of the Democratic majority. Do you understand? It is only in your weakest moments do you engage in this kind of like fascist control over flows of information. This is not a time to stop. It's actually a time to keep pushing.
The Palestine Medical Relief Society, ongoing attacks on Palestinian healthcare and humanitarian workers, and of course on the entire population of Gaza, and still no tangible action from the...
Sailing in international waters. Again, the flotilla comes under attack by drones.
There was another one, yeah. We just experienced a fifth attack. We need to assess which boat was that. They're likely throwing flashbangs at our boats. It's very, very important that we stay on alert. Right now we are in a moment of full drone alert. We need to pressure the world for these attacks to stop.
In addition to physical attacks, the boats also faced electronic warfare.
And right now they're jamming our VHF, as you can hear. We do not know where this is coming from, the sound, but other vessels are experiencing the same thing. They're jamming our radio.
As news broke, people tried to contact their governments for help.
Israel just attacked United States military veterans on the global Samud flotilla. I need the U.S. Department of State to call Israel and tell them not to bomb U.S. veterans.
As the sun rose, Al Jazeera's Hasan Masood confirmed the details.
The fleet's ships were subjected to at least 13 attacks, during which repeated explosions were heard, targeting 11 of its ships.
Human rights activists heading to Gaza say they're undeterred.
Global Samud Flotilla, a peaceful, legal humanitarian mission, was targeted with more than 10 attacks. From the night prayers till dawn, these drones kept circling above us. This is psychological war to scare us and stop us from going to Gaza. We are not afraid, and we are determined. We will stand against this genocide.
Earlier this week, a U.S. envoy confirmed in an interview for the first time that Israel was behind one of the initial attacks on the flotilla in Tunisia.
Israel is attacking everybody. So if Israel is attacking Syria, Israel is attacking Lebanon, Israel is attacking Tunisia.
And as Israel's attacks continue, yet another appeal from the boats for accountability and assistance.
From an Irish perspective, I speak directly to the Irish establishment class, the media and political class right now. If anything happens to me or any of the other 21 Irish participants on this flotilla, we hold you responsible. I think I speak for everyone on this flotilla. We don't want to die. We don't want to be murdered.
In the last week, Greek protesters have called on their government to cut ties with Israel. In Italy, thousands went on strike in a show of solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza.
I'm telling you, man, they can't keep this up. It's going to get to a point where they have to make another consideration. They have to recalculate. Do we just erode all notion of liberal democracy and recognize that we are a fascist authoritarian government, and this is the same for every single country? Or do we actually listen to the totally reasonable and totally just demands being made by the majority population? This is why I keep repeating over and over again. This is the strongest we have ever been. Okay? This is the strongest we have ever been. That is precisely the reason why these governments are trying to actively make people fearful of demonstrating. Okay? I hear you, but despite this, it keeps happening. Okay, but it doesn't matter because a year ago, you would have never expected actual European countries to not only recognize the state of Palestine, which is, again, conditional, it's symbolic, it's bullshit for the most part, but also simultaneously fucking send naval vessels to protect a mass mobilization of humanitarian workers that are trying to cut through the unjustifiable Israeli blockade at a time when they're continuing to do genocide to the Palestinian population. That didn't happen out of nowhere. It takes time. I totally understand that as human beings, okay, we have a finite amount of time on this earth, and therefore we have a very narrow understanding of what it takes for change to be implemented. But these things do have the capacity to move very fast, and it's happening in ways that I even did not foresee. It's happening faster than I thought it was going to happen. You have to have patience in the face of unimaginable cruelty. There is no other way, okay? There is no fucking other way. Israel has already lost the battle as far as global recognition. It will never be seen as anything but a pariah state ever again. As I kept repeating over and over again, especially over the course of the past couple of months, I said, this is the most popular Israel will be today. And tomorrow, Israel will be even less popular. Okay? And the day after, it will be even less popular. And as long as discontent keeps growing, as long as people realize that this is unjustifiable, that they stay strong, they stay resilient, and they have to for the people, for the sake of the people of Palestine, for those who have been martyred, to honor them, and for those who are still alive, to make sure that their lives are preserved. You have to keep doing this. For many of you, you have only recognized the cruelty of the Israeli state after October 7. So for you, you look at this and you don't understand what things used to look like a decade prior. You have no understanding of that. So for you, you're like, what the fuck's going on? I totally understand why you feel the way that you do. But if you were around for the past 10, 20 years and you recognize this reality 10, 20 years ago, this is completely unprecedented. This level of mass mobilization internationally is completely unprecedented. It's directly cutting through the multi-billion-dollar lobbying and influence peddling network that Israel has designed with no pushback whatsoever over the course of the past 80 years. You have to keep doing this, but I will sit at my elitist desk and talk about it. That's really funny that you're saying that, because I don't just sit at my elitist desk and talk about it. I fucking go outside and I go and talk at fucking rallies too. Not that it makes a difference for you, because you don't know that. Or even if you did, you just want to still present this as me just sitting at my fucking desk. Never seen you at one? Oh, so it must not exist. Are you a baby? Do you have no object permanence? You do realize that this means that you're an idiot, right? I am a baby. I can tell. I've only seen you at your desk on clips, so you must not have done more.
Calling for arms shipments to Israel to be stopped. Even in Israel, some activists marched towards the Israel-Gaza border, calling for an end to the siege. Their signs read, "By land and the sea, break the siege," and "Hands off the Samud flotilla." A sentiment that's growing around the world among people who feel their governments are complicit in the genocide. Sama bin Javed, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. So
that's where we're going to.
Anyway, now let's move on to some domestic incidents. Okay. No, I'm not going to watch PlayStation State of Play. Don't be crazy. All right. Jimmy Kimmel. We're going to be talking about Jimothy Kimmel. Okay. Jimothy Kimmel defends free speech, takes aims at Trump in Return to Late Night show. And obviously there's a lot to talk about on this front. I think it's like, it's just, there are parts of it that I thought was so fucking lame. Thread doesn't even put a dent in all Hasan has done. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about Jimothy Kimmel. For those of you who don't know, Jimmy Kimmel was taken off the air due to pressure from the administration in a direct violation of the First Amendment. The FCC does not have any power over the content beyond like censorship over slurs and things like that. And yet the head of the FCC, Brendan Carr, who in the past had openly admitted that the FCC has no power for censorship due to the political nature of the commentary, decided to take unprecedented action and say, well, we don't like this guy. We don't like what he had to say. And his like incredibly timid monologue about Donald Trump, not really giving a shit about Charlie Kirk's death. And said, we're going to do this the easy way or the hard way. When referencing Jimmy Kimmel's monologue and demands to take him off the air. Let's take a look at what has taken place since then.
Again, Jimmy Kimmel, he is back on late night TV. I know you've heard about this nearly a week after Disney suspended him after an outcry over his comments about the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk. Now, in his monologue, Jimmy Kimmel did not apologize. He took some jabs at his critics, but he was still off the air in several cities where dozens of ABC affiliates refused to run the show. Jonathan Bigliotti has more from Los Angeles. Jonathan, good morning to you. I can't wait to hear the reaction to his return last night.
And Gail, good morning to you. Last night's show was emotional. It was passionate. Ultimately, it was a tribute to free speech. Jimmy Kimmel has hosted nearly 4,000 shows. Last night's was perhaps his most consequential.
This motherfucker cried, bro. He cried. Like on the one hand, it is a direct shot at free speech. Being in the crosshairs of this administration in this way is not great, no matter what your financial status looks like. Okay? On the other hand, I can't, like, as someone who said, you know, I defend Jimmy Kimmel vociferously, unconditionally, it does piss me off a little bit. It makes me a little bit resentful because while it's good that public pushback caused the corporate overlords to reconsider leaning into the administration's ridiculous demands. I wish that level of discontent would be applied to issues of issues of consequence beyond a popular and wealthy comedian getting taken off his late night show. Make no mistake, I'm not saying this is irrelevant, okay? I'm not saying that at all.
Greeted by chants and a
no one's going to be as hyper aggro as you. You're not right. There are plenty of people who are just as understanding of the severity of the crisis that we're tasked with communicating, they just don't live in America. Americans are not all there. Your hate for the libs is a bit much. Not everyone is as dedicated as you, or at least us, towards politics, no matter how much you would like it to be. Jimmy is kind of a normie. Can a man not say there are also, in the exact same vein, there are also other victims that are being unjustly prosecuted by this administration in the exact same way? Just because many liberals don't give a shit about that doesn't change that reality. My goal is to try and get those people to understand that Mahmoud Khalil is also important. Okay? We cannot just drop those who are more defenseless than the likes of Jimmy Kimmel. That's it. Because if this administration is still reactive to the pressure campaigns that are launched, and if corporations are still reactive to the pressure campaigns that are launched, okay, then obviously when there is a lack of pressure against certain groups of people, when they are also unjustly prosecuted for their First Amendment, for exercising their First Amendment right to speech, then you're basically training the government to think, yeah, it's okay if we just clap a couple migrants. Immigrants are not worthy of the same protections. That only allows the administration to directly erode the First Amendment, and they will come after American citizens once again. They shouldn't come after non-citizens regardless. The Constitution protects them as well. This was a perfect demonstration of my anger as well, where CNN's Jake Tapper went on the Seth Meyers show and said it was pretty much the most direct infringement by the government on free speech. That Mahmoud Khalil was thrown in prison for 3 months for protesting Gaza, and the day ABC pulled Kimmel off the air for 2 episodes, a judge upheld Khalil's deportation. Rumeysa Öztürk was kidnapped off the street and imprisoned for writing an op-ed on Gaza. I feel like I'm going insane, says Adam Johnson. The class solidarity in this clip could power the sun for trillions of years is truly obscene. The most important rule to avoid all of these hazards per usual is to first and foremost make sure you are in the club. First, they came for the Gaza protesters, and I said nothing because I'm a racist company man who mostly thinks they had it coming. The Biden administration also did this to Sam Husseini, for example. This was under the Biden administration. This was a direct attack on free press, on press freedom, on press freedoms, and that wasn't also covered. That also did not see the same level of scrutiny. Okay, now I understand how people operate. Okay, I understand how people operate. Jimmy Kimmel not only is a very famous guy, but Jimmy Kimmel was also taken off the air for expressing the most timid analysis, okay? For having a very popular position. So, of course, it is a lot easier for people to see themselves in that perspective. My job here is to try and explain to you that if you also recognize right from wrong, if you also understand what's going on in Gaza is unconscionable, as many Americans do, as the majority of Americans do, then recognize that this level of prosecution is the same exact erosion of liberties, the erosion of the freedom of speech that you think you have, that will inevitably come and knock on your door, okay? I'm not just going to sit here and be like, they don't see non-white people as people or whatever. Okay, I'm not going to say that. But this is a good opportunity for people to try and recenter the conversation against the people that are expressing popular discontent that this administration is trying to pack up.
It was a triumphant return for late-night host Jimmy Kimmel.
I'm happy to be here tonight with you.
An emotional Kimmel took the stage for the first time since his nearly week-long suspension following comments he made about the assassination.
Why not say it is true? It's because it's not a very good way to galvanize liberals, okay? That's why. Sometimes you have to manage the way you talk about this stuff. I know people will get mad and be like, oh, don't be inoffensive to the racist sensibilities of liberals or whatever. But like, when you are trying to convince people, sometimes it's better to use honey than vinegar, you know?
Assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
That it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it.
In his monologue, Kimmel took aim at his critics, saying he felt lucky to live in a country where he could speak freely.
This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this.
I want to see the whole monologue. I want to watch the entire thing here. The OG video, I think, has like 17 million views or something. Unsubbing, I require ultra-leftism 24/7. I never leave my house, though, because outside is too capitalist. Yes. Thank you for your service. Anyway, that's it. It's all right. I mean, there's good parts in there, and then there's like cringe parts in there. But let's take a look at what the real brave truth tellers had to say about Jimmy Kimmel getting taken off air and then coming back.
The Joe Rogan experience.
This whole Jimmy Kimmel situation that is happening right now.
Yeah, wild.
Very wild.
Oh, Trump also responded. Hold on. Where is it? Is this it? No, this is the UN. What was Trump's response to this? Does anyone have the link to Trump's response to this? I'm coming after ABC. I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. Something happened between then and now because his audience is gone and his talent was never there. Why would they want someone back who does so poorly, who's not funny, and he puts the network in jeopardy by playing 99% positive Democrat garbage? He is yet another arm of the DNC, and to the best of my knowledge, that would be a major illegal campaign contribution. I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see how we do. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. This one sounds even more lucrative. A true bunch of losers. Let Jimmy Kimmel rot in his bad ratings. ABDNC. It's no longer ABC. It's ABDNC. Of course, it drew record ratings in his return from suspension, but that's a given. But once again, Donald Trump like openly expressing his anger and resentment that they are not doing his bidding. That they are not doing his bidding. And what do you say? I mean, this I guess this kind of is like reminiscent of the petty grievances demonstrated by former tyrants, you know? It's just how I think when people have awesome power with no setbacks, with no checks whatsoever, they just kind of lean into this petty shit. It's just, this is yet another instance of the Turkification of America. As I've talked about quite a bit, Erdogan, his first act in a country that doesn't have free speech anyway, was to literally sue cartoonists and satirists for depicting him as an animal, like putting his face on top of animals. Now he arrests en masse any kind of political opposition he sees fit, including active politicians that are very popular. So it takes a while to get there, but this is why I am very fearful, and this is precisely the reason why I was talking about the Jimmy Kimmel stuff in the way that I did, talking about the dangers of this kind of thing, no matter how silly it seems, while also hoping to bring more people, now that they are paying attention to the censorship regime, bring more people on board to help them recognize that we have tremendous corporate consolidation in the media, and there are certain things that you are not allowed to say regardless, and Jimmy Kimmel basically demonstrated that. No statements on Israel whatsoever in this circumstance, because it's like that is the one area that you can't really fucking speak out against. Even though it doesn't matter, there is a lot of motion in that direction, and it would be great for these guys to recognize that.
Literally, it makes no sense.
Dude, one of my favorite aspects of this story has been all the gun tubers being like, the official narrative presented by the FBI is so fucking stupid. Okay? This has been one of my, I told you this already. As soon as I saw some of the claims that were being made by the FBI, I was like, there is no fucking shot that gun tubers, who have massive right-wing audiences, of course, were going to take the official narrative and run along with it. Okay? It just does not make any fucking sense. And these guys love recreating high-profile assassinations. They are going to endlessly discuss this. They are going to try to recreate it and show that it's impossible to recreate over and over again. This is what they do. This is their bread and butter. They're gun sexuals, man. It was so dumb for them to not wait a couple days and reveal accurate information about accurate information about the gun and what took place, because these guys are going to fucking obviously go through it and discuss it.
Eyewitness to 9/11, which is weird, this guy, the old guy. And then he was arrested for threatening to bomb the Salt Lake City Marathon finish line in 2013. This is George Zinn, Z-I-N-N. There's so many different things, and I get it.
Believe me, I'm always the last person to be like, okay, buddy.
That's the odds of that are in the billions.
They said that's like 0.00007% likelihood that this guy was there for 9/11. He was there for Charlie Kirk's murder, and there was a third component. He was there for some.
He was. I think he was arrested for terrorism. Allegedly.
Listen, if there's anybody that doesn't go down the rabbit hole, it's me.
My goats. When the goats talk, you listen. Okay, that's called valuetainment, baby. It's called goat talk. And when the goats are talking, we shut the fuck up and we listen. Okay. Yeah, Candace Owens is running around talking about a trap door potentially. Candace basically saying, do I have evidence Charlie Kirk was killed by a shooter who hid behind a trap door beneath his feet? No. But it's alarming that the federal government hasn't investigated this because that's what happened. She's insane, says Pedro L. Gonzalez.
Pipeline.
Is she insane, or is she the most sane out of all of us? Oh my God. It's hard. It's hard for me when the administration is so desperately attempting to create a profile of the shooter that will allow them to stamp out any sort of leftist opposition. It is so hard for me not to lean into these guys who are very clearly destroying that narrative every single day with their ginormous audience of right-wingers. Okay? Oh, that's fucking hard for me. Hard for me to look at this, give horse, I guess. And say, no, the teeth are perfectly fine. I'm going to look at the gift horse in the mouth and say, no, the teeth, not so great.
Almost exactly behind where Charlie was sitting. Here's that maybe it's a water pipeline. I don't know, but there it is under the flag. And to your right.
My favorite version of this was they were saying that the auditorium, like the outdoor seating that Charlie Kirk was at the center of, looked like the candles that you light during Hanukkah, a menorah. Fucking awesome, dude. Respect to the mentally ill. You know what I mean? Shout out mental illness, dude. Y'all are really cooking with gasoline. Okay.
I went into my tips line and I saw that somebody had messaged me about this. More than one person messaged me about this. They're like, hey, yeah, there's like a whole underground thing there. And to your right, you're observing those two little boxes. And they told me that was a trap door. Now, I'm not implying someone, popped up and shot Charlie, but that's a close up of that area. I'm just implying that there's an entire underground there. And I remember
Hamas tunnel or the same kind of tunnel system that we saw in New York in the Chabad tunnel. Like the ones we saw in Brooklyn. I'm just saying. The year of the tunnel continues. Yeah.
When I looked at the footage, I felt like it was coming up. I don't know anything about ballistics. I'm not an expert. But if there was a hatch door nearby, then we can assume, as we should always assume,
this is where Charlie Kirk was sacrificed. Bro, come on, bro. Come on, bro. That's crazy. Oh, hell yeah. People have fucking lost their dang minds. There's not really much you can do in this situation. You know what I mean? Okay. All right. Let's keep it going.
Colleges, obviously stadiums, there's always an underground path. So I'm wondering if the federal government has explored the possibility that somebody could have been under Charlie and done that while everyone's looking around and thinking that a shot went off from here, if that was just maybe like decoy number 2 and actually Charlie was shot from beneath him, which then could maybe explain why there was no exit wound. Again, I'm theorizing because I have a right to. I have a right to think.
Yo. She has a right to think. That's true. Hey, more power to Candace Owens. Okay. Listen. More. She has a right to think.
And that is interesting to me. Where does it go?
There was a Twitter response to that photo also saying, I'm a literal Nazi and I think this is bullshit. Yeah.
Where do the tunnels underneath UVU lead to? Right? That's an interesting question. Maybe everyone's looking up when we should be looking below.
You can't stop calling her Candace. I don't know what you're talking about. I never did. This is an issue of utmost importance. Breaking. Candace Owens was able to speak with the man who recorded the alleged footage of Tyler Robinson on the roof before the shooting. His testimony completely contradicts everything we've been told by the FBI. His footage was recorded just 20 seconds before Charlie Kirk's assassination, according to the timestamp. He allegedly saw the shooter holding a smaller firearm and believes Charlie was shot with a lightweight bullet. This witness also provided a description to law enforcement that was never released to the public. He says the assassin was wearing tactical gear, a face mask, and looked like a foreign agent. Wow.
Very much, and maybe this is a poor way of saying it, a straight shooter said, yes, I have training. And I don't want to give too many identifying details here, but this person himself has a lot of experience with guns and knows guns and, helps to train people in that sort of a capacity, and said that they observed that individual, the FBI saying that the shooter dropped onto the roof at 12:15 didn't make sense to him. He said earliest it was 12:22 that the individual ran across.
This was a tactical style individual that was doing a tactical ascertainment in the moment.
Set up, took the shot, and I said, well, you must have been there, because he then sends me I wanted to see all of the metadata of when he took that footage, and the metadata begins at 12:22 and goes into 12:23, the very minute that Charlie gets shot. And he says, yeah, I saw the shot. I had just stopped recording about 20 seconds before the shot rang out. And he said that he told them a description of.
I never saw coming to the whole deep conspiracy nature of the Trump supporters might backfire. Gives hope in a weird way. Yeah, that's why I'm just observing. Not everything needs a reaction. Sometimes it's okay to just admire from afar. Okay? I'm just observing. I'm tactically ascertaining. I'm tactically engaging in the act of observation. You can sit back and observe sometimes, okay? That's what's going on here.
What the shooter looked like, and it was not the description that the entire world received less than 24 hours later of this person, Tyler Robinson, wearing jeans. I said, was he wearing jeans? He said, no. Actually, this person was dressed in tactical gear and he was wearing a face mask. And he said, according to him, like I said, he has a lot of experience with guns, that this person looked to him like a foreign agent. I don't know if he's wearing all black, how he got that, but he said there's no.
I believe him. He looked Israeli. Oh, it's awesome. Dude, the amount of mental illness I have seen about the Charlie Kirk stuff on the timeline where the administration is like so desperately trying to create this perfect narrative about Antifa, and these guys are like, nope, not even a little bit. There is so much. Nope, that was definitely, he's Mossad. He's Jewish. I know, because he was wearing a kippah. That's right. It's pretty crazy.
He was very certain that this person was skilled, knew exactly what he was doing, and was highly trained, like a highly trained assassin, so to speak. Okay.
Man, being white is so OP. Nazis will invent false flag to get you off charges. Oh, yeah. No, you saw what happened once they found out that he wasn't just any kind of white guy, but he was the type of white guy from like a MAGA loving Mormon family. Everybody literally was like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, God. We got to pray for his soul. We got to pray for his soul, man. Like, we got to pray for his goddamn soul. Okay, you understand me? It's amazing. That's all it took.
He then says something else. As soon as George Zinn got arrested and that started circulating, he ran to someone on campus and said, this is the wrong person. I observed this person with my eyes. You have the complete wrong description. The person you're looking for is wearing tactical gear and is obviously young, because I watched him sprint back after taking the shot. I saw this with my own two eyes. And for whatever reason, that never made its way out that we can see of a description of a person wearing tactical gear. We're kind of left with this idea that he was wearing the now infamous veterans shirt with the American flag on it and some jeans. So he also said something that we had not heard, which is that he knows guns, and the gun that the FBI found was not the gun that he saw, that the gun that he saw was smaller. And I'm going to read you directly a text message that he sent me, again, protecting his identity. He said, watching the video of the impact, hearing the sharp crack instead of a big hunting rifle's boom, and seeing what looked like a shorter rifle platform, albeit with the absence of the shape of a standard 30-round magazine, the assassin may have used a 10 or 20-round magazine, only expecting to shoot once or twice. I would guess that he was shot with a Hornady V.
No, I can't watch that, bro. That one has 5 million views. That video is just blood and gore. I'm pretty sure that fucking video,
ladies and gentlemen,
straight up shows step by step the like frame by frame. It shows the exact moment where he's like shot and like blood pouring out and all this stuff. So I can't. Oh my Lord, he has literally. There's a photo of another random guy who's been shot as well, talking about how, oh, fuck, it has 5.2 million views in 2 days, though. I kind of want to watch it. Hasan, please look up Explore Talent and how Candace Owens and Erica Kirk were a part of it. Erica also worked for Trump at 17. They opened a Christian ministry in Romania where they had kids going missing, which were mainly orphans. There's a crazy person in here. No, that is another thing that people are talking about. Erica Kirk was Miss Arizona for when Trump owned it. Okay, owned the beauty pageant. That's true. I'm not entirely certain about the Romania connection, but I do know that she did move to Arizona because her parents were working for the Department of Homeland Security. So that part is correct. The Trump connection, I guess, is correct, but I'm not sure about the Romania angle. But her parents were in the DHS. They got a job in Arizona for that reason. And that's why she moved to Arizona. And they did meet for the first time ever. Her and Charlie Kirk actually met in line to take a flight to Israel. That part is also correct. But I'm not so certain about the... Can you watch the Rain Day Bro video? I can't because it has fucking so much gore, man. I don't know what's going on. What was the additional context that made the weird cop speak Discord make sense? Oh, I watched Tyler Robinson talk to the police in a accident, like in a car accident in 2022, and he does unironically talk like that. It's not even a joke. It's safe after 6:30, or if you cover 80% of the vid and only show the dude talking. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Let's watch it, dude. Fuck it. YOLO. This video has 5.2 million views in 2 days. Okay, another GunTuber guy. His name is Range Daybro. I'm not gonna show you the actual incident because he like straight up shows it. I think he shows it like, I don't know exactly when he shows it, like maybe around here. But I guess like he starts showing it like it immediately in like 40 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now have acquired proof that the FBI's official story is false, whether knowingly or unknowingly. We're going to have an entire monologue and talk about a lot of these things after I show you this. But if you take nothing else away from this video, you need to see this.
And in that video, you can see the same, what appears to be the bullet coming down.
Okay, first start here. Rough start. Big, major proof instantly. Major proof that he has is a fucking TikTok video of someone talking into a toilet microphone.
And it does line up with the actual gunshot itself. So you're not counting gang violence. Great.
So then, this video already got debunked. This guy thinks he sees blood from behind, but it was his earpiece. Yeah, actually, honestly, I don't want to fucking watch this because I'm worried about getting banned for exposing the truth, that is. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth watching. But, I mean, a cursory glance here talks about how the bullet trajectory is exactly the opposite direction. And that's his assessment, is that, like, there's a second shooter, and the guy that they got is a patsy. And most of it is actually showing the blood and gore and stuff. At 6:30, he shows a pic of the second shooter. Here, we'll just show
Ladies and gentlemen.
He believes that there's a second shooter. Okay? He believes that there's a second shooter. And that part starts here.
Charlie Kirk. I want to take a look at this photo next. This guy's talking about this bush up here in the top left of this photo, and he zooms in on it, and he's stating that it does look suspicious. It does look suspicious. It looks like there is a person right here, and it looks like there is a rifle right here that the person is holding. A hand here, a support hand, sort of very blurry image, but you can clearly make out that this is not just a bush. This is a human skin tone right here, and this correlates with human head and hair. And
does he actually go back to the shooting at all? No. Okay, from this point on, he doesn't show
a rifle in the exact kind of crucifix shape of an AR-15 with an optic on it mounted up. So good on this dude for finding this photo and looking for, like he said, hours of going through photos and videos until he saw this. This would 100% line up with the actual shot that we've now proven was not taken.
Chatter to the set, please close the fridge. Thank you. How the fuck did that fridge open? It was open this whole time. What the hell's going on? Hasan! Did Kaya open it? Did Kaya open the fridge? Was there a tunnel underneath? Anyway, let's continue.
From the front was taken from the back side of Charlie. This would line up exactly with that bullet trajectory and the entry and exit wound that we exhibited, that we saw here on camera.
I like that he put the little shooter up there.
So, guys, this is a very heavy topic. I do not want to believe that this is possible, that the FBI either knowingly or unknowingly missed this. And I'll leave that up for you guys to speculate on. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. All I know is that 100% Charlie was not shot from the front. It is very clear that he was shot from the side, most likely by this bush up here, this man in the bush, whatever you want to call him. It has been very clear to me.
That's the big evidence? Oh my God. Let him cook. 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 Yup. Let them cook, baby. And that's where it ends. That's incredible moment to end that fucking piece.
Erica and
Megyn Kelly reveals Erica Kirk was shaken about the Jezebel. Oh my God. Ain't no fucking way, big dog. Are we for real right now? This is another narrative, a third shooter. This time it's witch talk. Oh my God. Jezebel, the famous feminist blog, wrote an article a couple weeks prior to Charlie Kirk being shot and killed about how they went to Etsy and got a bunch of witches to do a curse on Charlie Kirk. Or was it, 2 days prior? Sorry, not even, ooh, goddamn, that's even scarier. Not even a couple weeks prior, 2 days prior. And we are officially now reaching a new level of insanity where we believe witches and curses are actually real. This was the product of a curse. What is this? Did y'all know Erica Kirk is banned from Romania because of her evangelical group is accused of trafficking children out of Romanian villages? Birds of a feather, I suppose. Have any of the 16,000 users retweeting this or 129,000 liking this post, which claims Erica Kirk is banned from Romania over child trafficking allegations, bothered to check whether it has any basis in truth? Because I have, and it doesn't. It's totally made up. Yeah, the part that is not made up is that they actually met on a trip to Israel. The part that is not made up is that Erica's parents got a job at the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, which is why she moved to Arizona, as I told you. And the part that's not made up is that she was also Miss Arizona. For the property that Trump owned, the beauty pageant that Trump owned. This was the article for The Curse 2 days before the shooting. Hey, FBI, does hiring witches to curse Charlie Kirk before his assassination make one accessory to murder? Are you fucking for real? The article was revealed 2 days prior, but I believe they hired the witches like a couple of weeks prior to the article's full publishing. Okay? But because we have become even more insane in every direction, okay? Insanity, much like violence and much like gun violence, is a bipartisan thing here, okay? Being susceptible to misinformation is bipartisan. Insanity is also bipartisan, and that's why there are so many different conspiracy theories flying around, but this one has to be the best one, honestly. The idea that like witches are capable of killing people with curses is so medieval age coded. Like I used to joke about how like we're becoming medieval peasants. Like we have the brain of a medieval peasant, but this is unironically medieval peasant shit.
Charlie Kirk heard about these curses.
We're going to have to unfollow, can't jeopardize the coven. Okay, I'm sorry. To witch talk, I know there's hella fucking Wiccans in this chat. I know you have cast protective spells over me, and I love you for it. Keep up the good work, please. Okay, keep up the good work. And don't listen. If this might trigger warning to the Wiccans in my fan base, this might come across as I'm making fun of the mysterious ways in which you make the world turn, okay?
And that news genuinely rattled Erica in particular. She knew Christian teaching on the subject. She loved Charlie, absolutely. And she was scared when she heard of the curses Jezebel had called up. So much so that she and Charlie contacted a friend who I believe she said was a Catholic priest, but definitely a friend, and asked him to come over and pray with them over Charlie the night before he was murdered. She eventually worked it through, and so did Charlie. That, as she later told me, weapons will form but not prosper. That Satan and those witches have no power.
Doesn't this mean that witchcraft is real? Like you have to believe it, right? Like this kind of is a point for the witches, no? Like kind of an L for prayer. Like no disrespect to anybody involved, but like doesn't if you're bringing this up sincerely, aren't you kind of saying that like witchcraft trumps the Bible?
She was waiting impatiently.
And Christian prayer? Like isn't this the admission here?
Before results. The witch, they reveal, promised on August 23rd that, quote, you will see the first results within 2 to 3 weeks. This was 18 days before Charlie was killed. Not satisfied with this curse, the amped up one alone, Jezebel reached out to a, quote, third witch.
Like, you can't be serious, right? Like, you can't be like a whole ass adult in 2025 and unironically doing a whole 7-minute monologue on witchcraft, right? That's not where we're at as a society, right? I mean, there's so much scientific discovery that has taken place since the last time people genuinely believed this stuff. I mean, how can I look at this as anything but hysteria? This is like believing in Star Wars, you know? Like that people can do Jedi mind tricks and shit. What the fuck? What? I'm always left with two different minds on stuff like this. Like, is Megyn Kelly this fucking insane? Or is she such a cynical grifter that she's like leaning into all these different narratives in an effort to farm clicks off of the straight up broad daylight execution of a person that she knew personally? Like, what the fuck is going on, man? She's just a grifter, dude. No one is that dumb. Dude, there is a deep crisis of consciousness, collective consciousness in the hearts and minds of many evangelicals, I feel like.
Priestess Lilin. Jezebel opined, if enough people cursed a single person, would the results be stronger? Quote,
like, this is an article that is meant to be in jest. Like, obviously, they're not writing this with sincerity. Okay? Many such articles have been written about Donald Trump, for example. Like, this is not new. This is not a new meta at all.
When I asked her if she'd noticed more political figures being targeted these days, she said yes. The next day, Lilin sent the Jezebel writer proof of the hex she had cast. Quote, a photograph in flames, the edges slowly curling inward, engulfing Charlie's ridiculous, scrunched up little face. She whispered, I imagine, writes the Jezebel reporter, trust the unseen. Chills, writes Jezebel.
Like, do I get arrested for not taking this seriously now? Is that like the next meta? The Trump administration is going to put you in jail if you think witchcraft related articles are not serious. Like, is that where we're headed towards as a society? Is this the good direction? What the fuck? Are we going to start stoning women? Are we going to bind them with massive stones to see if they float? And if they die, then, you know, I guess. But if they float, then they're a witch. Like that type of shit. The Salem witch trials, burning women at the stake.
Sunday, August 24th passed, writes the author, and nothing. Monday, August 25th, still nothing. Tuesday, August 26th, nothing. But then she writes, she reminded herself, this is witchcraft, not Amazon. The forces operate on their own schedule. The Jezebel writer ends the piece as follows. So, did my Etsy curses work? Time will tell. The forces move in mysterious ways. And as the priestess Lilin reminded me, spell work is a collaboration between the caster, the client, and the universe itself. For now, we can only trust in the timing of the great unknown. To you, Mr. Kirk, may the rash come swiftly. 2.5 weeks after those curses were requested and cast, 2 days after Jezebel published that article, Charlie was killed by an assassin's bullet. I know what you're thinking. This is a bullshit Etsy curse. Why are we spending time on this? I'm going to get to that in a minute. Stay with me for now. After the shooting, Jezebel took down the article, quote, on the recommendation of our lawyers. They underscored that the piece was meant to be humorous, intended as satire, and that they made clear they wished Charlie, quote, no physical harm, which is not the full story now, is it? At the same time, they said of the article, quote, we stand by every word, which means they did want him cursed. They wanted everyone to hate him. They wanted it to be powerful, and they wanted Charlie, quote, punished for years of regressive rhetoric. They also made clear that taking down the article was, quote, driven by an abundance of caution for our staff.
You see Megyn Kelly's brand of medieval peasant brain across the right influencer world. Tucker Carlson was sleeping in a bed with all his dogs and woke up to find some scratches on his body. His conclusion, he had been assaulted by demons. People used to believe the internet would usher in a golden age of reason, but instead it's ushered in a golden age of medieval peasant brain. Yeah, no, we are fully in the throes of medieval peasant brain. Like, this is the most medieval peasant brain we've ever been in modern time. Oh my God. This is so nutty, dude. Oh, please, if you read the article, the effects of the curse were like, make his head slightly larger every day and shit like that. I don't need to read the article to know that the Jezebel franchise did not actually successfully put a fucking evil hex on a prominent political commentator, okay? It's the fucking Jezebel. It's like getting scared of an Onion article, okay? What the hell? Like, yeah, it's a fucking satirical feminist blog. What are we doing, you know? Prove they didn't, libtard? I can't do it. I can't prove it. And I am scared of the witches. Please don't curse me. Downplaying women's achievements, shaking my head.
In other words, they were worried about violence against them by Charlie Kirk supporters. They also, they wrote, wished, quote, to avoid the piece being misused in a tense and volatile environment. There was not, they made clear, any change in their editorial and judgment. In fact, they emphasized, quote, we may republish at a later.
Why do you always shut down ideas you don't understand? That's bait, right? I don't know. Ethantium. Like, understand what? Witchcraft? Like, you unironically are like, why don't you understand witchcraft? Like, you're saying Etsy witches killed Charlie Kirk. Like, straight up. You are saying right now to me, in all sincerity, this is not rage bait. You have one option to pull out right now. I'm giving you the exit ramp. Are you in all sincerity telling me that Charlie Kirk was assassinated because of witchcraft? It's not letting me send my messages. I was joking. I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Date. They then rambled on about the country's gun problem and the heated political divide in the country and free speech, noting they do not actually condone political violence. Now, again, you may be saying to yourself, why are we talking about Etsy curses? None of
the reason why they are saying that is because there's insane people like yourself. Obviously, if they condoned political violence, they would be writing an article about how they hired an assassin to kill Charlie Kirk rather than hired a bunch of Etsy witches to hex Charlie Kirk. Obviously, they don't condone political violence. The article itself is supposed to be in jest.
this is real. Well, two things. First of all, Christians are opposed to casting spells or trying to contact.
Yo, come on, man. Oh, no.
Now, again, you may be saying to yourself, why are we talking about Etsy curses? None of this is real. Well, two things. First of all, Christians are opposed to casting spells or trying to contact the spirit world. Not only because they believe there's only one God, but because they acknowledge the existence of the devil and evil spirits. Here is Father Mike Schmidt. He was on the day Charlie died, helping us through that as well. But he came on our show first time a couple of years ago, and here he is discussing this very subject.
The motivation behind the Ouija board is actually something where I'm trying to contact spirits.
What is fucking going on the right, man? I thought I watched enough right-wing commentary to kind of get a good grasp of the insanity over there. It turns out the well is so much deeper. Here we have a pastor sincerely talking about Ouija boards. You must not try to make contact with the spirit world, I say, from my position of authority. What the fuck?
And someone could say, well, I'm trying to contact nice spirits or good spirits. And the unfortunate thing we know about is that, yes, when God created angels, he created angels. They're good. They're beautiful. They're in harmony with him. But also we know that a number of those said no to God. A person who's reasonable would say, but I'm just playing. And I would say, I completely understand that. And then I would say, at the same time, you remember the movie The Exorcist?
Of course.
Yeah. How can you forget it? So that story is
that's a movie
based off of two true stories.
No, that's a movie, dog. That's a movie. That's not real. That's a movie, man.
And one of the true stories is, I believe, about, if I can get the details right, is about a young man who was at, kind of like a birthday party, some kind of celebration of some sort with kids. And they just busted out the Ouija board and just played for fun. But that was an entry point for what ultimately became a possession.
Yo, this is the type of shit they're getting up to over there. Yeah, no wonder. Bro, you can convince these people of anything. I'm not even kidding. No wonder they're so susceptible to misinformation and false framing. You could convince a motherfucker of anything, bro. You can make him think movies are real. Is this okay? Are we all right? I don't think we're going to make it, guys. I'm not even kidding. This is scary shit. There are how many people believe this kind of stuff? What the fuck?
In other words, you're playing with fire, messing with this stuff. There actually are demons in this world. Calling up the spirit world.
You're disrespecting the believers in your community, bro. As a Muslim, we believe into witchcraft, not the magician of Oz ones. But come on, the fact that we know a lot of our era doesn't mean we know or can explain everything. So we need to remain humble. Doesn't mean to believe any freaky statement, but just like, okay, I can't prove it's unrelated, but I'm okay you believe that. No. There's a limit to that. This is my limit. You've arrived at my limit. Okay. I've never shit on someone for believing in God or, holding on to their faith in the spiritual journey, all this stuff. Okay. But there is a limit to it. Once you get into the realm of demons and spirits and like a guy touched a Ouija board one time and the devil came, that's insane. That's an insane claim, man. What about jinns? Yeah, bro. I was afraid of jinns when I was a baby, okay? When I was a child. When I was a kid, when I was a little kid, okay? That's when I was afraid of jinns. I'm 34 fucking years old, man. What is happening? You live in a boring reality? You used to be more chill about this? I dare you to say Candyman 3 times in the bathroom. Oh, I can't tell if this is fucking rage bait or if it's people trying to bring back whimsy into their lives or something, or where we're at. I thought the right wings were cooked, but seems like a lot of us are too. Dude, this is straightforwardly like peasant brain shit. Guys, we have fucking phone cameras everywhere, man. We have cameras everywhere. It's like 24/7 surveillance. What are we talking about? What the hell's going on? Like, I have no issue with people who are just like, yeah, I believe in God. I believe in heaven and hell. I believe in this religion, that religion, whatever. But like, there is a degree that I think science has been able to unearth certain truths about the planet. And I feel like when you move into the direction of like witches doing hexes and stuff, it just, it kind of strikes me as believing in Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. What the fuck?
In particular, the devil's spirit world can actually have real world consequences. It's not something to mess with. Many Christians believe this. This is dangerous. It's not a game. It's literally evil. Second, this is what I really want.
Bro, she's just straight up mad about witchcraft. Like she's saying it's a dangerous thing to play with. What the fuck? She's sincerely addressing the witches. She's offering blistering critique at the witches who did this. Like a person who unironically believes this shit. At first I thought it was cynical, but now I'm beginning to think like she straight up believes this.
All and the people at Jezebel and Etsy to know. Erica and Charlie Kirk heard about these curses, and that news genuinely rattled Erica in particular. She knew Christian teaching on the subject. She loved Charlie, absolutely. And she was scared when she heard of the curses Jezebel had called up. So much so that she and Charlie contacted a friend who I believe she said was a Catholic priest, but definitely a friend, and asked him to come.
Wait, Catholic priest? Whoa! Hold on now. Hold on now. That's devil speak. Ain't no way. Ain't no way they called a Catholic priest. I thought Charlie was not an unfaithful Jedediah. He was a man who was an evangelical Protestant. The fuck you mean they called a god dang Catholic priest? Excuse me. Don't Protestants believe Catholics are also like they're going to hell, right? I thought Erica was initially Catholic and then became evangelical. Now I'm suspecting that there was devil worship happening in this home. Is she still Catholic? What's happening? What the hell? Goddamn papist! Catholics do the exorcisms. Lots of Christians believe in this shit. From my Catholic relatives to the evangelicals I grew up around, Kentucky is crazy, dude. No, Charlie's not Catholic. Charlie's Protestant. No. This is a huge schism. Not to use that word here, but this is a big issue. Charlie Kirk is not Catholic. No, he's an evangelical Protestant. What? Angelus, Charlie Kirk to California bishop. I'm this close to becoming Catholic. What? To this day, I experience a special kind of joy when I learn someone decided to become Catholic, whether they be a celebrity or someone I know personally. Why is this just talking about John Wayne, man? I will never know if my dad would have thought of the late Charlie Kirk in the same way he thought about John Wayne, but I'm sure he would have taken notice of certain tells. Charlie Kirk was tipping that he just might have crossed the Tiber one day. Now we will never know, but I know of two distinctive events that took place prior to his murder. One was a recent video Kirk made suggesting to his Protestant co-religionists that they did not give the Blessed Mother her due. It was a video that could have been shown in a Catholic school religion class. He even suggested her example was a Christian temple applicable across other denominations. Blaspheme! Blasphemy! Instead of Mossad doing it for leaving Israel, it was Kenneth Copeland for leaving evangelicalism. Candace says Charlie praying to the rosary. Wait, what?
No, I think Charlie was definitely on the brink of changing some of his perspectives. And I can tell you factually, Charlie was praying the rosary. Charlie was going to mass. One of my last conversations with Charlie was me joking with him saying, just make the last step, okay? You are, I said specifically, you're too smart to be a Protestant. Just take the last step, Charlie. He says, ha ha. Speaking about Mary. And typically when those steps start taking place.
We saw this last week, but I didn't understand the significance until I saw another article talking about Charlie Kirk potentially taking the next step towards Catholicism, which is unacceptable. He was this close to losing the divine grace of God. What the hell? Isn't this a thing that people get mad about? Like the whole rift between evangelicals, Protestants, and Catholics specifically? Like American evangelical Christians unironically think Catholics are devil worshipers, like straight up. What if this was the shooter's motive? We worship the saints, which is blasphemous. Blasphemer! You don't even decide, so who cares? You do what your parents say, which is why switching is wild. My Baptist great uncle won't go to his daughter's wedding because she's marrying a Catholic, lol. All of my religious traumas finally has meaning. There is this weird right-wing embrace of Catholicism because they feel it hates gays and women more than Protestant Christianity. Same reason for right-winger conversions to Islam. I don't get it because, like, most normal Catholics that I know spend most of their lives shedding the Catholic teachings that they've experienced. And it's almost like that Catholic conversion is like for the specifically for the zealotry of a convert, where they just straight up, like, have they met normal Catholics? The fuck? Converts are always freaks? Oh no, always. Cradle Catholic does not equal converted Catholic. Catholicism teaches you to hate yourself and God hates you. It's probably the least fun religion, Lamau. Always wild when people switch. I mean, there's some really cool, really metal parts about Catholicism, but I don't think that's the reason why people fucking switch. You can't convert to Catholicism. You have to go through a life of shame and pain first. Sorry. As somebody from Alabama, people just see Catholics as Christian plus. If you switch, it's a big deal, but you're still going to heaven. This is him saying why he's not Catholic.
I have three major theological disagreements with Catholicism. It's not a mystery. I talk about it publicly. The first of which would be the infallibility of the Pope and the whole process and the idea of the Vatican. The second of which...
Oh, because the Pope was woke. That's what it is. Because if the Pope was more reactionary, he probably wouldn't mind the infallibility of the Pope. You know what I mean? Because the Pope is like... Because the Pope is like what? Like accurately conveying the statements of God, right? So when you got like a woke Pope, a lot of Catholic converts hated the woke Pope for some reason. And it's like, bitch, you just started. How do you shit on the Pope? It's like the one thing that you can't do. Anyway, let's keep going.
Is Mariology, and the third of which is just less important, but it's transubstantiation. I do not hold that.
Being a Catholic is the one true religion that dates back to Jesus. Sorry, never understood what Catholics get hate for loving Mary. We should treat all mothers that way. He sounds pliable. If he would have been in here a few years ago, you could have got him to take the Shahada with the rest of us. Yeah. Islam is the true light. He would have reverted. MashaAllah. Who could say he didn't in his last moment? You know what I mean? Convert to Catholicism. We got cool feasts. Please tell me you saw this amazing shit. Oh, yeah, I did. Brace sent it to me. I think he literally, as soon as he caught wind of it, he sent it to me. Honored to join the Sephardic Lebanese congregation today and welcoming the start of the High Holy Days. Wishing you and your loved ones a happy, healthy, and meaningful Rosh Hashanah. My fucking goat, dude. He is so sick. He's such a G. He is so fucking swagged out. That is drip, dude. I feel like you could wear this to on other occasions as well. You will never have sauce like this. Never. This tweet basically sums up Catholics. Yeah, I've read this before. Every lifelong Catholic I've ever met is like, I think we're supposed to give this food to poor people. And every adult convert is like, the Archon of Constantinople's epistle on the Pentecostine rites of the Eucharist clearly states women shouldn't have driver's licenses. This account is one of the most annoying fucking centrist liberals and hates me, but this was an absolute banger. One of the most annoying liberals on the platform. Like, just such a shameless little fucking libtard in general. But sometimes, you know, when they bang, they bang. Anyway, that is, I can't believe we took these many different sidesteps from one singular Megyn Kelly video about witchcraft. Remember, we were talking about witchcraft and how witches were responsible for Charlie Kirk's assassination, which is now the third conspiracy that has hit the towers. And it's fucking awesome. Congratulations to the Christians. But in this process, while she was describing this, Megyn Kelly accidentally revealed that Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk called in a Catholic priest, which led me to go down this rabbit hole about Charlie Kirk being on the verge of converting to Catholicism. And a lot of people were like, no, you don't understand. Charlie's Catholic. He's not. I was right. He was an evangelical Protestant Christian. Okay. How dare you? This is heresy. I believe his wife was Catholic, however. And I thought that his wife had actually also converted to evangelical Protestant Christianity. But it may have been that she just kept a lot of the Catholic elements in her belief.
Come over and pray with them over Charlie the night before he was murdered. She eventually worked it through, and so did Charlie. That, as she later told me, weapons will form but not prosper. That Satan and those witches have no power. Of course, God's will is the one that matters, and his blessing over Charlie was real and palpable. All you had to do was spend time with Charlie to know that. But why torture a family like this? A Christian, believing family. Why do this vile thing to a young couple, parents to two babies, living in accordance with the gospel, deeply in love? Yes, political, but doing nothing other than speaking publicly about their views and their desires to make other people's lives better. Who would do such a vile thing? Jezebel, that's who.
I can't believe she made a 7-minute and 33-second video about a feminist blog jokingly hiring Etsy witches to put a curse on Charlie Kirk, and she made it seem like this was somehow responsible. That's crazy. Oh my Lord. Oh my fucking Lord. We done did it now. Wait, they're trying to get the witches off Etsy now? Let's cancel evil. Thanks for the reporting, Megan Kelly. Etsy, please check your inbox. Jezebel, your publication is trash. Press at Etsy.com. Jezebel's cursing of Charlie Kirk. Megan Kelly reported today that Jezebel writers use Etsy to have witchcast curses upon Charlie Kirk's family. Whether you believe in curses in the spirit world or not, you as a company must agree that malicious activity like that is a gross misuse of your services. I don't blame Etsy, but I do expect Etsy to review and admonish accounts that offer such witchcraft services. Etsy should be a marketplace for what is good, beautiful, and true. Don't let your services be used by those who wish anybody from any political side harm. Tim Anderson, pastor. Boycott Etsy until they fire all involved. At Etsy, this is unacceptable. At Etsy, what your company is doing with witches, curses is absurd. You deserve a boycott with the bullshit with Jezebel spells, rhetoric over Charlie, and faith. You are mocking Christians. I hope the liberals can keep you going. What you choose to do to Erica Kirk and family is wrong. Amen. I like at Etsy, but in good conscience cannot support a company that allows garbage like this on their site. This is too stupid to parody. Do they not realize how many Mormon moms with cry cuts have Etsy shops? Are you starting to understand American atheism? I'm just confused because, like, maybe I was sheltered living in big cities when I was growing up in Turkey, but I unironically feel like, weirdly enough, Muslims are more chill about, like, insane shit like this. I'm not even kidding. Horrifying. This Etsy witch is offering a horde of 5,000 demons' most powerful revenge spell, curse, demon, magic, dark spell, vampire spell, psychic reading. It's time for witch trials. For Charlie. Only hard for me spell. My God, these people are sick. Nah, evil eye is pretty real in the Muslim communities. Brother, I have evil eyes as well, okay? Nazar, or like a modest belief that people might wish ill upon you, so you have like a safeguard, is nothing in comparison to like losing your mind over witchcraft like this. And I'm not even saying that it's like not a thing. I'm not even saying that people don't behave that way in Turkey. I'm openly and readily admitting that maybe I'm oblivious to it. Oh, the thing I can... oh, yeah, kurşun döktürme. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You just unlocked a fucking formative memory. Oh, my God. Lead. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I totally had forgotten about this. My parents, when I was growing up, there's this ritual where they will melt lead over the head of whoever they want to literally take away all the bad juju from. And I fucking hated that process. You just unlocked childhood trauma that I had just that compartmentalized in my brain. Oh my God. I'm Assyrian. We call it Rusus. They melt lead over your head Like an old, scary, demon-looking lady comes to your house and they put like a fucking veil over you, like sheets over your head. And then they take lead and they melt it and then they switch it from like one container to the other over your fucking head. And it's supposed to protect you. Yes. Mylodomancy is a technique of divination using molten metal. Typically, molten lead or tin is dropped into water. It can be found as a tradition in various cultures, including Austria, Bosnia, Turkey, Czech Republic, Germany, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Switzerland. Some versions have been found to have potentially harmful effects on human health. Lead, or more recently tin, shapes are melted into a ladle over a flame, and the molten liquid is then poured into the water. The resulting shape is either directly interpreted as an omen for the future or is rotated in a candlelight to create shadows, whose shapes are then interpreted. The shapes are interpreted symbolically, for example, a bubbly surface signifying money, a fragile or broken shape, misfortune. The shape of the lead before melting can refer to a specific area of one's life. I don't think this is a Muslim thing. I think this is more so like a Turkish thing, potentially. I fucking hated that shit. What? Elon Musk is no longer following Charlie Kirk. Oh my God. Mystical Turkish lead melting ritual.
This
yes.
woman was invited to my aunt's house to perform the Turkish version of lead pouring. This is a pagan ritual where molten lead or tin is dropped into cold water over a person's head. The ritual often begins with a prayer from the Quran and several maneuvers to open our energy for biohealing. After this stage, we were not allowed to cross our arms or legs because that would impair the flow of energy.
Your PhD having parents did that to you? Yes, bro. They're fucking nutty. People can be nutty, even if they're brilliant, even if they're very well read. That's what I'm saying. Do you not understand? Are you telling us you're a full metal political commentator? What part of you is metal?
After this, she burned sage and put a coin in the bowl full of cold water. A piece of garlic was also involved, but I don't really remember what that symbolized. Now time to melt the lead while Lorenzo panics about lead poisoning. When it's liquid, we put a blanket over low and prepare to dump the molten
they put a
metal
blanket
into
over your
cold
head.
water and interpret the shapes when it cools. Straight lead.
In a nice ladle.
Yeah.
To be honest, you missed 1/3 of the American populace fearing its children were becoming demonic when Harry Potter arrived. To be honest, I think you just overcorrected when you left r/atheism spaces. Ask Caroline about it. I'm not even exaggerating. I've heard this before, yes.
And then the lead's going to go in the cold water, and she's going to read the shape.
Yeah, sure. This is done to provide insights into the future and absorb the dark energies of that person.
Yeah, no, that scared the fuck out of me when I was a kid, bro. Straight up.
Don't be scared.
That was very close. It felt very close.
Wantep sana da yaptılar mı lan? Amerika'da bile yaptılar ha? Wantep, did you do this? Did your parents do this shit to you too? Yok, babaannemin evinde görmüştüm ama. Oh, he says it happened in his fucking grandmother's home. Bro, this shit was so scary. Oh my God. You don't understand when you're a kid. You don't understand when you're a fucking kid and you're under the covers like that. And then like you're just hearing the lead drop into cold water. That shit is terrifying. I hated this shit. I hated it so much. I forgot about it until that one chatter brought it up. That's crazy. You just unlocked memories, ancient memories in my brain. That's wild. Anyway, what a fucking crazy time to be alive, man.
Thank you.
Bernie Sanders talking about there are two Americas. All right, old man. Fuck. There was some other shit I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, we got Ukraine news as well. But before we get to that, look at this. The White House hanged photos of every president. And when it came to Joseph Robinette Brandon, they did some petty shit that I have to admit is pretty funny. Let's take a look.
Trump's latest renovation of the White House is underway, but this time it's a new step that takes a dig at his predecessor. Along this colonnade that stretches by the Rose Garden that ultimately leads to the Oval Office, there's a new video that the president's aides posted today of what they have dubbed the Presidential Walk of Fame. There are gold letters above it, and there are these gold frames with each containing a black and white image of all the presidents that came before President Trump. As it stretches down the line, you see Democrats and Republicans alike, from Jimmy Carter to the Bushes to President Obama. But one president...
That's the craziest dig, because like these guys used to hate Obama because he's black and therefore the Antichrist. And they even gave Obama an official portrait. But the smoke they have for Joseph Robinette Brandon,
photo
dude.
stands out in particular. That is President Biden's, because instead of seeing an image of President Biden, they have instead replaced it with the image of an auto pen. Of course, President Trump has been fixated on President Biden's use of the auto pen. He actually even ordered an investigation into it, implying that the things that his name and his signature were attached to were not actually decisions that Biden made himself. Of course, we've heard from President Biden on these accusations from his successor, and President Biden has said anything that has his name on it, decisions on executive orders, pardons, and the like, that was a decision that President Biden says he made himself.
That's pretty funny. I can't lie, dude. I mean, he's so fucking evil. And in many respects, he's so goddamn evil, but he's so funny sometimes. Like, this is one of those moments, man. I can't believe it. Unbelievable. This is so stupid. The replies, oh shit, okay. Jeffrey Epstein, Benjamin Netanyahu. So stupid. Did you see Biden recently? Yes, I did. Clearly, he would have been perfect as president. A lot of you guys are being really mean about my big, beautiful president who looks completely there. Okay. Maybe we should try again in 2028. Trump, after all, Trump got one. Why can't Biden? You know? There it is. That's the real reason why I forced Kamala Harris to lose the election with my commentary, because I could not let it go. I could not have my president, Joseph Robinette Brandon, get disrespected this severely, this openly. A real betrayal that I could not allow. And here we are. That's it.
He is once again the focus of attention. All eyes on President Zelensky at the UN. After Donald Trump's U-turn, saying Ukraine has a chance of victory in its war with Russia.
Do you believe you can win the war with Russia? Can you beat Russia now with American support?
Whatever Trump is saying, though, Ukraine's leader was reserving judgment. Earlier in the hall above, President Zelensky urged the world to halt Russia's aggression and the spiraling drone arms race it's unleashed.
We must use everything we have together to force the aggressor to stop. And only then do we have a real chance that this arms race will not end in catastrophe for all of us. If it takes weapons to do it, if it takes pressure on Russia, then it must be done. And it must be done now. Otherwise, Putin will keep driving the war forward wider.
And he made this claim about divine intervention and the US president that won't lose him any favor in the White House.
Weapons decide who survives. Excellencies, yesterday President Trump stood right here in this hall, and God saved him from a murder attempt during the campaign.
After his speech at the UN yesterday, Donald Trump surprised the world by saying for the first time that Russia might lose the war, calling its military a paper tiger and saying Ukraine could take back all its borders.
Everyone's a Maoist now, bro. That's Mao that originally called the United States a paper tiger. And now everyone, the paper tiger itself is now calling every other enemy of the United States a paper tiger. Not that people know that. I'm pretty sure people don't understand that that's like initially
Donald
a
Trump's
Maoist.
apparent pivot on Ukraine is the talk of the UN General Assembly, but Western diplomats are urging caution. This president has been so erratic on the conflict, they say. He must be judged on his deeds and not his words.
As US Secretary of State Marco Rubio was meeting his Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov in Moscow, the Kremlin was shrugging off the US president's withering description of Russia's military as a paper tiger.
Russia is certainly not a tiger. After all, Russia is more associated with the bear. There are no paper bears. Russia is a real bear. Putin has repeatedly and with varying degrees of emotion described our bear. You can recall this for yourself.
Every UN General Assembly has its moment. This year it belongs to this man, the jihadi turned statesman and revolutionary new leader of Syria. Ahmad al-Sharaa finished his speech focusing on the other war of our time, the conflict in Gaza.
We stand firmly with the people of Gaza, its children and women and all peoples facing violations and aggression. We call for an immediate end to the war. In conclusion, the Syrian story has not come to an end. It continues to write a new chapter in
It's just more Zelensky. Jolensky.
entitled Peace, Prosperity and Development, and may the peace of God be upon you.
For both Gaza and Ukraine, in truth, it's the same this year at the UN as any other. For all their fine words, it's what leaders actually do next that matters, if escalating conflict is to be averted. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, New York.
One of the wildest things that Donald Trump said was that not only is he going back to the Brandonian response to Russia, but he is also quite literally taking the maximalist position, saying that Ukraine has the capacity to take all of the land. I'm not so certain how that will happen. I'm sorry. Zelensky saying to avoid violence is literally just the same as Donald Trump calling on people to stop being best friends with pedophiles, sex traffickers. I can't take it seriously. You mean Jolensky? Can you explain why people don't like the Syrian president? I don't quite understand, to be honest. I'm missing something. Yes, the thing you're missing is that he was the former leader of Al-Qaeda and straight up beheaded motherfuckers and had a $10 million bounty on his head. You can literally go back. Like, they didn't even delete those tweets. This is straight up correct, no matter which way you cut it. The bounty was on his head a year ago. I mean, he no longer has, I don't think he has the bounty on his head still, but. Oh, but why leftists don't like him now? Is he selling out to the U.S.? Wait, what? Don't like him now? Motherfucker, you think the leftists like Al-Qaeda? What are you, stupid? He's a 46-month subscriber. Now, I've never encountered a person who is a self-described leftist that's been like, fucking love Al-Qaeda, man. They're really taking it. They're really sticking it to the man. Sorry, not what I meant. I've seen more dislike for him recently. Sorry, didn't mean to say that leftists like Al-Qaeda. No, the reason why people dislike him is because, or didn't really talk about him in the past, is because he was the head of HTS, okay? A former Al-Qaeda, then an op to Al-Qaeda Islamist movement Islamist militancy in Syria. Okay. But with a big push from Turkey and also all of the initiatives that America and Israel conducted in the region, basically undermining or at least like taking the attention that all of the Iranian proxies had in the region with decapitation strikes, they saw an opportunity to strike and take out the Assad regime, which was also very brutal in and of itself. And then in the aftermath of that, Jolani became the de facto leader of the Syrian government. Initially, it was supposed to be a transitional government and there was supposed to be democracy. It's not going to happen anymore. Now it's just he's the president. And everyone is like, he's an institutionalist. He shaved. He cut his hair. Let bygones be bygones. He is, he's only former Al-Qaeda commander. It's not that big of a deal. And now all of the same people are presenting, all the same exact people that say like Hamas is an Islamist fundamentalist jihadist group like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, which is already not true. Okay, it's a nationalist liberation group. Those very same liberals are spending every waking moment talking to us about how this guy is actually a reformed institutionalist. But Evan Hill has a great take on this. He says, I'm not sure we'll ever get a better summation of the forever wars than this. Decades of war and death only for Petraeus to address President al-Shara with honorifics at a think tank event. If you're a special ops Punisher guy, what have you even been fighting for?
Salam alaikum, Sayyid Rais. Ahlan wa sahlan. And Sharaf Nasadi.
Not the first time Al-Qaeda and CIA has done a collaboration in New York, if you know what I mean. Hey, yo, I'm just saying. They had some crazy collabs, you know? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. You're acting like this was the intended outcome of U.S. policy. Much like Afghanistan, Syria's ended up in a place it is, with U.S. policy suddenly finding itself able to accommodate supposedly anathema movements in spite of 24 years of Washington's conventional wisdom on Islamism, jihadism, and terrorism, not because of it. It's just funny because it's like this is a lot of stuff that has taken place. A lot of stuff that has taken place in the last year, this Trump administration, whether it be the conversation that Sunstein had defending liberalism and talking about big tent liberalism, whether it be Donald Trump openly demanding tithing from the vassal states in Europe, or Israel clearly dog walking America when it comes to foreign policy. All of this stuff that we used to say, and liberals would look at us like we're fucking Alex Jones, but on the left. They're doing it in broad daylight. They're doing it in broad daylight. They're just openly doing it. And now those very same liberals who were like, you are such a conspiratorial asshole for saying these things, are just looking at this stuff and going, no, it's actually good. How dare you? It's just mind-boggling to me. Like they're openly like, this is us. This is what we do. Rule-based international order means nothing. It's just about a way for America to project power and to create casus belli, to go and rip apart entire nations and displace tens of millions when we see fit. That's what it was all about. Okay? And here it is, a perfect demonstration of this. And motherfuckers still talk about, dumbasses online still talk about Hasan is talking to terrorists. Hasan is defending terrorists. Like, what do you mean, bro? This is motherfucking David Petraeus. The fuck do you mean? David Petraeus doing a collab with Al-Qaeda, and you're over here being like, the Houthis are terrorists. The Houthis are terrorists. Are you fucking insane? In New York. Yeah, here's the U.S. Embassy in Syria in 2017 offering. We remain committed to bringing AQS figures in HTS to justice. Mohammed al-Jablani. So many people don't even know this, too. They just think like, they just don't know. I've had a conversation with like normies about this shit where I'll be like, did you know this guy was Al-Qaeda? And they're like, what? They can't believe it. They're like, that's unbelievable. I know it doesn't matter, but it was Al-Qaeda, not ISIS. Either way, he's not the person I'd pick either, but he's the person we have, and he doesn't Al-Qaeda. He hasn't done Al-Qaeda shit yet. He's reformed, man. He's reformed. It's just funny because, like, I'm talking, first of all, I'm talking more so about the designation and how these groups are utilized in the region for destabilization, okay? And how, like, even Israel in Gaza has worked openly with ISIS affiliates, right? They have no issue working with ISIS affiliates. Israel has also collaborated with ISIS or ISIS affiliate groups in Syria, right? But then October 7 happens and they're like, Hamas is ISIS, Hamas is ISIS. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this information? Sometimes it feels like I'm the only motherfucker that doesn't like ISIS or Al-Qaeda. You know what I mean? It kind of feels like the CIA, the American State Department, the Israeli government, they don't actually hate ISIS at all. You know what I mean? New top congressional GOP and White House allies are working behind the scenes to prevent a politically charged floor vote to release the government's Jeffrey Epstein case files next month. Multiple sources tell me. Oh my Lord. Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. Jake Sullivan to Hillary Clinton, 2012. State Department memo obtained and published by WikiLeaks. Imagine being one of the thousands of Americans who were told you had to risk your life to destroy Al-Qaeda, only to die doing so, and then watch your own government welcome a longtime Al-Qaeda leader to your own country and have General Petraeus gently ask how he's holding up. If you don't understand that America's fucking war on terror was simply for it was blood and soil politics, and it was simply for material gains for the super wealthy in this goddamn country. If this image is not a wake-up call for you, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. You're a dumbass, okay? All of the racism that you're hopped up on is the only thing that keeps you going. This is why we say wars are not fought to be won, okay? Can you explain why Hamas is a resistance group while Al-Qaeda is considered terroristic? Both are consequences of imperial action. Easy. Asked and answered. 1, affiliations with not only the CIA, but also State Department allies that have no business in the fucking regions that it operates. 2, a colonial interest in taking over territory that it does not belong to Al-Qaeda or ISIS. Okay? Hamas has never operated outside of the boundaries of historic Palestine. They have never done that. Never done that at all. It is a nationalist emancipatory movement against Israel, which is a settler colonial operation. Al-Qaeda and ISIS, on the other hand, have grand ambitions beyond. Grand ambitions beyond, like, I don't know, resisting against, I don't know who the fuck they would be resisting against, honestly. They love doing terror attacks in the Western world. They want to build an Islamic caliphate or some version of an Islamic caliphate. And they just prop up wherever it is in the best interest of the United States of America to have an enemy that they must squash. In the month marking 9/11's anniversary, former CIA Director David Petraeus tells the former Syrian Al-Qaeda leader and now Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa, a.k.a. Mohammed al-Jalani, that your success is our success. Petraeus also gushes that Jelani's record since taking power has validated Petraeus' policy of supporting the al-Qaeda-dominated insurgency's regime change war. Does Petraeus feel validated that Jelani's forces have killed hundreds of people in sectarian massacres, as they also did throughout the CIA-sponsored Dirty War? Presumably. What's more a mystery is why former CIA chief is praising former al-Qaeda leader who recently had a $10 million bounty on his head isn't attracting any controversy or self-reflection for those cheered on this CIA success. The sectarian massacres that he's referencing are well, if you listen to what Jelani has said, outside of his control, but it was the same forces. Syria is a hotbed of radicalization due to the civil war that took place and due to all of the outside trained elements that exist still in fucking Syria. Okay? Turkey plays a big role in this. Obviously, the Free Syrian Army is comprised of Salafists, jihadists of all different backgrounds, for the record, literally from all the way from the region down to fucking Uyghurs. Okay, they have motherfucking Chinese Salafists in the Free Syrian Army. That shit is crazy. It is a hotbed of sectarian violence. Anyway, did you see al-Jelani's speech today? First person he thanked was Turkey, of course, because Turkey is the reason why HTS is now in power in Syria. I've been saying this. That is also part of the reason why Western powers did not even remotely criticize Recep Tayyip Erdogan for prosecuting and arresting the main opposition leader, who was the governor of Istanbul. Okay, which is a supremely important position in Turkish politics. He just straight up locked his ass up. The most popular opposition figure in Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, straight up threw in jail, okay, over ridiculous claims. And not a single Western leader turned around after so many protests took place in Turkey. Not a single Western leader turned around and said, "Oh, what the fuck? What are you doing? That you can't do that. That's crazy." Do you want to know why? That's because that was a gift to Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He can currently do whatever the fuck he wants. The reason why he can currently do whatever the fuck he wants is because of Syria. Because that was a major gift to both Israel and America. Okay? Orduda filan değilse ortalama bir Amerikalının Suriye dönenlerini anlaması mümkün değil. Anyway, man, you must never want to go back. I do. Of course I do. I want to go back. I want to see my fucking family. But it's, that doesn't mean I'm going to lie. A new HRW report on Syria documents widespread abuse by government forces, including summary executions, deliberate destruction of property, and abuse of detainees. These findings show that these crimes unfolded within a framework of centrally coordinated military operation directed by the Defense Ministry, whose officials continued to coordinate deployments even after the mass killings became public. The Human Rights Watch report, March atrocities demand senior level accountability from the Human Rights Watch. They're talking about the Syrian transitional government. Someone said Kai opened the fridge again. You liars. This was the Alawite communities getting massacred after the Syrian transitional government took power. There were a lot of revenge killings that took place. The official statement from Jelani was that it was not done under his control. There's also the Druze. Turks want to take out the Kurds. Israel wants to use the Druze population in Syria to their advantage. It's like Syria is a fucking powder keg. Okay? I've been saying it. It is a goddamn powder keg waiting to fucking explode, with numerous regional actors salivating at the prospect of taking over control over Syria in its entirety. The HTS backed government is thankful for Turkey, it seems, but if you ask the Turks, they're not happy about it either, because like I think one of the things that they did, a symbolic thing that the Syrian government did that they were very pissed off about. I'm not so certain exactly how this took place, but apparently they put a visa fee on Turks going to Syria, which was like $200 or something, and a lot of Turks were pissed off about that. I want Syria to have democratic elections. Okay? I want Syria to have democratic elections. I want Syria to be a sovereign nation. And these sorts of initiatives don't give me a lot of confidence that Syria will ever have a moment of peace. Yeah, meanwhile, Israel is also doing Israel shit. Israeli defense minister officially declares Syrian territory of Mount Hermon a part of Greater Israel. Also, if you remember, Israel literally bombed fucking Damascus like a couple months ago. So even when you have an American-backed puppet state that is in control of Syria, it's still receiving unlimited death and destruction from the other regional allies of the United States of America. I don't know if al-Shaddad was involved in the massacres. He could have been for sure, but his military force is made up of people close to his command, but also directly commanded Turkish puppets, foreign Salafists, local sectarian militias, and soldiers for hire. Syria's state institutions barely exist because of the war, and Assad hollowed it out into a narco-trafficking ring. Yes. I know. I understand that. I'm just saying that as it stands currently, there's a shit ton of Syrian people that I'm sure would welcome the democratic process and would want it to take place. The problem is, it is also a multicultural and multi-ethnic society with many warring factions within it because of the way that British and French colonialists designed the entire region. This is the same reason why Lebanon is the way it is. It's the same reason why all of these countries are the way that they are. Oftentimes, they would take this like multi-ethnic society and they would place a reliable minority group in charge of everybody else. But ultimately, I think the biggest hurdle for success in Syria, for democracy to thrive in Syria, is Israel. Not to be the guy, and Turkey certainly is not helpful either, but I think Turkey probably would want more stability in Syria than Israel does. Anyway. Can you explain the whole visa thing that is causing people to get off planes and shit? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, the H-1B thing? Yeah, and the electoral system they set up does not exactly encourage confidence. As far as I understand, it's an electoral college based on local leadership and delegates instead of direct election. Turkey's only concern is the Kurds. They don't give a fuck about the Syrians. Yes and no. You said Israel instead of Turkey? No, I'm saying Israel does not want a stable Syria. Turkey doesn't necessarily care about a stable Syria. It doesn't mind a stable Syria as long as they have control over Kurdish held territory. Kamala talked about Gaza after being interrupted by protesters 3 times. Harris addresses Gaza in her dissent to the Biden admin in this video clip, but also those who didn't vote for her because of that helped led to Trump's winning. We are here right now. Didn't have to be this way in terms of the blank check this president is given.
Aaron, as you know, back to this point, it seems like, we need to talk about it a little bit more, is 5 months after October 7th.
Yeah, if the blank check had a D next to it, it's good. Blank check with an R next to it, bad. That's how it works. Yeah, Turkey does want a stable Syria so they can send millions of Syrians back to Syria as well. Or at least like at the domestic level, there is a lot of interest in that.
I gave a speech at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge in commemoration of Bloody Sunday. And I was the first person at the highest level of our United States government or administration to talk about the fact that the people in Gaza were starving. That was a year and a half ago.
Yeah. Good thing she didn't say shit after. And also sent Richie Torres to fucking Michigan and Bill Clinton to Michigan. And also said she wouldn't change a damn thing outside of getting a Republican in her cabinet. And also paraded around with Liz Cheney. And also tried to adopt the positions of the opposition party from 4 years prior when it came to the most consequential broad standing policy, immigration. Good thing she also said, we need to have the most lethal military under my command. All of those things combined on top of, I'm going to be a small business. My mother was a small business. Here's $50,000 in tax credits for small businesses was her major fucking policy provision for all of the economic hardships that every American was experiencing. And it turns out people were too stupid, I guess. It's so crazy that people like, what are we doing? Why do liberals have this tendency to only demonstrate party loyalty against their left flank when they don't deserve it? I promise you, if Republicans were this aggro about not offering anything to their base of support, they probably would revolt. They almost did with the Jeffrey Epstein shit, and that's like marginal. It's crazy. Republicans do a very good job with redirecting the attention of their base to culture war issues, culture war narratives that they fucking dominate the airwaves with. They badger you all the time. They make mountains out of molehills. They create problems where none exist. They invent new hysterics and then declare war on said hysterical frameworks that only they are tasked with defeating. They create a narrative environment that makes people feel like they are the only victors here. Democrats, on the other hand, play fucking defense against those completely made up narratives, no matter how stupid or hysterical they may be. And then sometimes they adopt the framework of their opposition. This is a mistake. I've said over and over again that my anger and resentment for the Democratic Party stems from their closeness to the Republicans. The very fact that they do not fight the Republicans. Kamala Harris was a perfect demonstration of this method. It was a perfect demonstration of the failure of this method. And yet, 9 months after the fact, we're still stuck relitigating this failed franchise for some weird fucking reason. And liberals still eat this shit up. I don't get it. Half of the liberals that half of the normie liberals that on the one hand, still abide by this undeserved loyalty to Kamala Harris and the establishment Democrats for some indecipherable reason to me. Don't know why. But those very same liberals are also angry at Hakeem Jeffries and angry at Chuck Schumer. They think Kamala Harris is this perfect president and ran a perfect campaign, while simultaneously they recognize that the current Democratic Party is not doing enough. These two things are contradictory to one another. Kamala Harris is exactly of the same mindset of the current Democratic Party that's not doing enough. That's precisely the reason why she didn't say shit for months while she was writing her book. What is this dog doing? Hello? Excuse me? Is it playtime? What's happening? She recognizes the wrongs but willingly went against it because she has no conviction. All I hear when she talks post-election is just excuses, makes her look worse. Yeah. What the dog doing? I don't know what the dog doing. She just thought it's free roam time. She's on the I told you so tour, basically just speaking down on people about how they would have been marginally better and continue not to address the needs of the people. Oh.
And to talk, and people in our administration can tell you what my voice was in those rooms, in those closed rooms in the Oval Office. I was not president. I couldn't make the decisions.
It don't matter. You were running for president. You should have forcibly separated yourself from the admin. This is what I kept saying over and over again. I kept saying over and over again, Biden is a fucking anchor around Kamala Harris's neck. Cut it. Cut the dead weight, literally and figuratively. And she didn't do it. And she still defends that position, even though the Biden admin literally shit on her after the fact. It doesn't make no sense. Kamala Harris explaining in her book why not a single Palestinian or Arab American was allowed to speak at the DNC. Harris continues to write and speak lots of words and say nothing. None of this means anything. The issue was never abstract humanity affirmation of Palestinians. It was not a yoga retreat. It was supporting policies that ended their mass killing, which she refused to do. There have been speculation that Chicago might erupt in violence as it did in 1968 during the Vietnam War. That hadn't happened. Minion's team had worked closely with Chicago police, everyone on the same page regarding the importance of respecting free speech and practicing de-escalation if things got heated. The Gaza protests outside the convention remained mostly peaceful. Inside, also, Minion had made sure that every delegation had a veteran whip, someone with long experience of conventions, taking the temperature of their delegates and working for solidarity. But there was tension and some bitterness that we had not given a speaking slot to a Palestinian spokesperson. I knew that the section of my speech dealing with Gaza war had a lot riding on it. As David Wandrell wrote in the Washington Post, it was the rockiest, most perilous passage. Her 5 degrees of difficulty straddle on the war in Gaza. She charged right in and defended Israel. And just as it felt as though the room might split, she affirmed the humanity and suffering of the Palestinians. She then moved into a peroration on the subject that everyone was able to cheer for. And behold, she had her boat through the impossible strait. She lost. So clearly, it didn't work. Oh. Yeah, I know. She said, I'm not president right now. There's nothing I can do at the end of the clip. Yeah, neither am I. But that doesn't stop us from trying, does it? Neither are the thousands of people in this community. The centrist backing Dover's left bashing. The reason they smear protests is because they can't articulate a defense of by the Biden-Harris policy on Gaza. Harris couldn't in her book. Biden aides are now running away from it. Biden, of course, can't articulate it, so they feel better about themselves by smearing the critics. That's precisely what's going on. It's the same performative loser, says centrism fan account, another fucking annoying libtard. It's the same performative losers who exclusively protest Dems on whatever issue of the day, Green New Deal, immigration, Medicare for all, fight for 15, etc., etc. All they care about is shitting on Dems. These guys have designed a reality where they think their inability to address the demands being made by broad subsects of American society in the base of support for the Democratic Party is actually something that they must avoid. They must ignore. These guys are simply spoilers. I don't understand it. They just literally write it off as these guys only have smoke for the Democrats. Okay? I don't. I have smoke for the Republicans first and foremost. That's why Republicans fucking hate me. That's why they talk about how they want to murder me all day, every day. I have smoke for the goddamn liberals for their closeness to the Republicans when there is no reason for them to do so. Okay? And I was right. We were right. That's the craziest part about this, is that we were right. The people saw the Democratic Party leaning closer and closer to the fucking Republicans on so many issues, and they didn't like it. That kept them from voting. And we're still relitigating it like as though there was something even remotely defensible about what took place in this election. If they took it seriously, if they took the threat of fascism sincerely, they would have done something about it instead of staying the course and trying to win by their own grand design, which was an abject failure. This failed notion that they were going to convert and flip Republican moderates. It didn't work. And it's obvious as to anyone with a brain, they want Republicans to win. It makes them happy. Name a single issue that they've actually achieved anything. An issue where what they were advocating was made better. You can't. The only achievements they have is electing Republicans and making every single pet issue even worse. Oh, God. You only do this if you are only invested in team sports. Okay? Why not just be a Republican then? This is what I don't understand. Why not just be a Republican? Republicans dominate, okay? They won the election. I guess the only solution here is to be a Republican, right? Become a registered Republican. No, you want to lord over some kind of moral superiority or intellectual superiority over the fucking unwashed masses of evangelical Christians while simultaneously abiding by whatever fucking whims they have. There is no issue that you won't cave on. There is no issue that you won't capitulate on. They're even fucking saying this about abortion. There is no reason. There is no reason to cave on abortion, right? It's a deeply unpopular issue for the Republicans. And even then, you got Center for American Progress's very own Neera Tanden talking about we gotta elect, Ezra Klein said, we gotta elect pro-life Democrats. There's nothing we can do. It's like, who? What? Why? Why is that a fucking issue? It's an objective worst performer for the motherfucking Republicans, and you're deciding for fun, it seems, to cave on that too? What is there that remains that separates the Democrats from the Republicans at that point? It doesn't make any sense. And then they turn around and say, well, look around. Look at how awful the Republicans are. It's like, we know that they're fucking awful. So stop agreeing with them. They're awful. They're manic. They're hysterical. Why the fuck would you abide by their framing? What are they asking when they say exclusively protest Dems? Like you protested Trump to say immigration? Would they want you telling their base to vote for Trump because he changed? Well, but the thing is, these guys don't protest anything, okay? So, of course, they're oblivious to the fact that we protest Trump every fucking day, okay? I've gone to a shit ton of protests against Donald Trump. None of these fucking pieces of shit have actually attended a single goddamn protest. All they want to do is protest the left. Even when Trump is in charge, they still want to protest the left. So it's pure projection what they're saying. Do you not understand? I've never met a leftist that has been like, well, the centrist liberals lost this election, so I guess our job is done. What can we fucking do? I've never met a leftist that has said that. They have been out there in the fucking streets, okay? PSL is there every goddamn day. The administration is literally putting a crosshair on them, saying that they're a foreign-funded, possible terrorist organization, and they're still doing protests. Oh. The reason they smear protesters is because they can't articulate a defense of the Biden-Harris policy on Gaza is correct. Throughout all of 2024, the Biden campaign barely even tried to articulate a defense of his Gaza policy while he was running for president. They just scolded protesters. The president was so proud of it, but was barely willing to speak about it publicly. In order to win elections, the fundamental principle of democracy is that you are supposed to listen to the demands being made by voters. Okay? Some demands are going to be ridiculous. Like on the right, people make demands like, abortion restrictions or fucking killing every Guatemalan person or whatever the fuck, right? Those are ridiculous demands. Those are the demands of your opposition. Okay? Those are the demands of your fucking opposition. You're not supposed to listen to that. And you're supposed to say, okay, you're a freak, right? Move on. But the demands coming from your side, you have to listen to. And not only do you have to listen to the demands coming from your side, your base of support, but you also need to set an agenda that is as broad encompassing as possible. A universal program, for example, to say, to be associated with. Universal healthcare is a great example of this. You could just say, I'm going to give every fucking American healthcare, okay, that you're going to pay with your tax dollars. We already pay a lot more right now than we otherwise would if this entire system was socialized, okay? Universal childcare, universal healthcare, universal schooling, all the way up to fucking college. These are things that you could put your name next to, and you would win a lot of favors with a lot of people, especially if they start beginning to trust you, that you will actually earnestly advocate for this and fight for this, okay? But Democrats don't want to do that. And in the absence of that being a way to run and win favors with the crowd in a popularity contest, you have to keep finding new ways of saying, well, we got to cave on this thing because the right has won on this issue. We got to cave on this other thing that the right has won on. You don't even present them an argument to be reactionary against. You allow the reactionaries to lead the conversation. You end up fighting in their territory. This is super simple shit. I don't know how the fuck the Democrats refuse to hear this out. It almost feels like they've bludgeoned their heads with like extreme centrism for so long that they just have an inability to hear this out. This basic fundamental concept of the democratic process. Votes are not taken for granted, okay? You are not entitled to the votes of the population. If you think you are, you're going to keep fucking losing. And that's precisely why we've lost twice to an incompetent charlatan who is a thin-skinned, egomaniacal, narcissistic, fascist piece of shit. A monster in every right. You can keep yelling at the left for trying to get you, kicking and screaming to advocate for things that would be good for you, would be beneficial in the long run, and it's good policy and it's good politics. But ultimately, you just have to do it. And if you don't do it, we're just going to keep losing. And things are going to deteriorate even further. Oh. Last night, Harris was very quick to praise Mobile, Alabama mayoral candidate Barbara Drummond and name her a star just to avoid talking about Zoran. Drummond just lost to a Republican in a city that voted Democratic by double digits last year. Wait, what the fuck? She got hit with the curse. I'm not even saying this reflects poorly on Drummond. It just shows that Harris has no idea what she's talking about when she anoints someone a star. Mobile is 51% black and a Republican won. It does reflect poorly. Oh. Kamala Harris called Drummond a rising star. Turns out she's 69 years old. The Democrats are relying on the Republicans creating so much discontent that people have no other option but to vote for them come 2028, if there's even an election then at all. And the same principle applies to the midterms. I'm not so certain that they will have a banger midterm election, especially because their inability to address any of the anger that is growing organically without them steering us in that direction at all is going to actually yield the positive results that they're predicting. We have unprecedented unpopularity for the Democrats at a time when they're supposed to be automatically popular because the administration is incredibly unpopular. This is an alarm. This is a warning sign. This is a warning sign. The very fact that the Democrats are not automatically popular here, when there are certain Democrats who are, like the Zohran Mamdanis of the world, right, implies that there is a major issue with the way that the National Democratic Party is perceived by everyone. It doesn't really matter, however, because no matter how many times I fucking talk about this shit, everyone's still going to go, la, 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 I can't hear you. You just hate the Dems. You just want the Republicans to fucking win. I don't. Oh. Where's that Chuck Schumer quote? I saw that. It was crazy. I don't want to personally go after people, but it just has to be noted that Dover has for years smeared Palestine protesters with misinformation like he's doing again here, and his mother is an editor for Al Gemeiner, a pro-Netanyahu rag. Yeah, he is one of the most cynical grifters in mainstream news, by the way. Edward Isaac Dover, who literally fucking highlighted a Hasbara smear op against me for participating, for headlining the fucking New York Magazine event or the New Yorker event. I forget. I always mistake the two. He absolutely despises the left flank of the party, and he despises anti-Zionists, and he despises all the fucking socialists. It's ridiculous. And he's a hatchet man for extreme centrist liberalism for some weird reason. Okay? As happened at an Obama event last week, Harris tonight in New York was interrupted by protesters screaming about Gaza. As Obama did, she responded in part that she doesn't have any foreign policy power right now. Protesters like these have not been at any Trump or Vance events. This is untrue. This is a categorical falsehood that he is presenting. The notion that these protesters are not at every single fucking Trump event. These protesters are not literally taking it directly to Trump like Code Pink did just a couple weeks ago when Donald Trump said he's going to fucking have them arrested is ridiculous. Pro-Palestinian protesters interrupt Trump dinner in D.C. That was Code Pink. Watch, J.D. Vance heckled as he meets National Guard in Washington, D.C. Stop Gaza genocide. Protesters interrupt Marco Rubio. I believe this was also, again, Code Pink and also Ben and Jerry's. Pro-Palestinian protesters take over Trump Tower in New York. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators, Jewish Voice for Peace, took over the President Donald Trump's hotel in New York on Thursday in protest of activist Mahmoud Khalil's arrest. These are the guys who just refuse to fucking recognize that these people are protesting. Lol, who do you think you're fooling? It's so funny because they have no constituency. That's what is the reason why I don't usually talk about these fucking dipshits on Twitter is because they have no audience. Liberalism has been an abject fucking failure, even though it is still very much monoculture here. Okay. So they have no real human beings that go, that's my fucking politics. Okay. They don't have anything. They don't have any audience, but they're, really fucking annoying. He says, it's true that Code Pink protesters yelled at Trump when he went out to his dinner in DC photo op. But what tends to happen at Dem events is more extensive and often more coordinated. Multiple people who wait for hours sometimes pay for tickets. That's bullshit. They do that too. Once again, they do that all the fucking time. They do that all the fucking time. You just don't see it because you don't want to see it. So goddamn annoying. Anyway, here's Chuck Schumer's method for victory. Let's take a look.
Look, people are upset in general. They don't like the Democrats, they don't like the Republicans, and they don't like Trump even more than they don't like the Democrats. But here's what's really interesting, Joe.
But the polls don't show that, though. That's my question to you.
Well, his numbers have gotten much, much worse.
There it is. During Biden's presidency, Biden and Harris spokespeople denied that the two had any disagreements over Gaza, by the way. Remember that. So remember whatever fucking bullshit that you're hearing now. It's all pure fantasy. The fact that Democrats only tie with Republicans on respect for democracy, the only issue they really lean into consistently, just shows how inadequate and failed the Dem leadership has been. Which party has a better plan from Politics and Poll Tracker? Crime, 40% Republicans. Immigration, 40% Republicans. Foreign conflicts, 35% Republicans. U.S. economy, 34% Republicans. Gun control, 32% Republicans. This is not because this country is busted in the brain and they're all reactionary. It's because the Republicans actually have a base. The Democrats have lost it. Understand. People look at these polls and misunderstand something fundamental here. They think, oh my God, people just really like the Republicans. We must become more like the Republicans. And in the act of becoming more like the Republicans, they lose even more favor within their base. This is why I always say we need bold and radical change in this fucking country. The reason why, even though Donald Trump is very unpopular, the Democrats are even less popular is because of this reality. They've like shied away from addressing any of the needs of their fucking base or anyone that's in the margins, by the way, which is a much larger percentage anyway. It's a plurality. Oh. We're all going to go to fucking concentration camps, and the Democrats are going to be like, well, it wouldn't have happened if you voted for us harder. Republicans know that as long as they can maintain that reliable 25 to 30% psychopathic base, that Democrat unpopularity with the rest of the country, due to their inability to examine critically and address the needs, the immediate needs of the population, due to their unwillingness to address the immediate needs of the population, they can get away with winning marginal victories. I can't believe it. Dems are pretending we have to move further right, while even our more socially conservative neighbor is led by a pro-Palestine Jewish socialist who's polling at 80%. I wonder why. I wonder why she's polling at 80%. Maybe because they have a robust welfare state that they have, the robust welfare state expansion policies that they've implemented even before she actually came into power, that she's certainly continued. Perhaps that's the reason. Mexico is not more conservative. What? Really? You're going to tell me Mexico is not more socially conservative? Get the fuck out of here. Of course Mexico is more socially conservative broadly than America. Come on now. It is. It is. It is. I mean, it's just America is very socially conservative as well. It's a pure Catholic country, almost entirety. Shut the fuck. It's not loser ass fuck. This doesn't mean that there aren't progressive voices. We are culturally Catholic, but people do not believe in magical beings. Wait, what? First of all, the last guy quite literally did, and I loved him for it. Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? AMLO straight up said duendes were real. What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with what I'm saying anyway. What the fuck? It's the funniest thing to say. Mexico has a unique problem with femicide, for example. Not to say that America does not, but not to say that. But the people are not anti-abortion, for example. Okay, neither is America. What are you talking about? The problem is Mexico has, in spite of social conservatism or any sort of hangups that they might have, Mexico and Mexicans broadly have voted for a bold candidate that is continuing, that is the successor of a former candidate that expanded the welfare state. My point is, in a country that is experiencing a lot of femicide, they still voted for a woman. Now, of course, the other side also had a woman, let's be fair. But, you know, a Jewish woman in a Catholic country. That means that people didn't necessarily care about it too much. My point is, under different circumstances with the Democratic Party's calculation, that would be a major hang-up. Oh, we can't have a Jewish person run. Are you kidding me? They need a white guy. They need a white guy who's Catholic to fucking run the country. Why didn't they do that? Because she was the best vehicle, the best messenger, the best continuation of AMLO's policies. It was the policies that made Morena popular. That's it. That's it. American liberals are coping by saying they didn't know Mexico was so progressive. Like, in some ways it is, and in some ways it's way less progressive than America, but it doesn't fucking matter. Please do not let these shadows confuse you. The misogyny in Mexico is insane. I'm baffled at chat right now. I know, it doesn't matter. But Mexico is politically left-leaning, but also socially fairly conservative. But it doesn't matter, because social conservatism doesn't fucking matter when you're producing material results for people's immediate needs. That's the point I'm trying to fucking make. Why are people so dense? Why is this so difficult to comprehend? That's literally the entire principle that I am advocating for here in the United States of America. This is something that I believe people overlook social conservative leanings and social conservative tendencies when you offer them material improvements. That's it. Material improvements in the form of good policies, an expansion of the welfare state, addressing their needs, tackling the affordability crisis. That's it. I'm Mexican, and I'm telling chat that HasanAbi is wrong on this. Dude, Ayotzinapa is having its anniversary in a couple days. The revolutionary spirit, even in today, is everywhere because Morena, listen to the people. One of the Morena pundits is on the flotilla. She showed interest in talking with you. I can translate. See your white-sican ass out of Flexican business. Stay out of the Flexican business. Shut the fuck up. It's not. You know nothing. Okay, first of all, I think people are misunderstanding something that I'm saying. Like, fundamentally misunderstanding something I'm saying. People's personal social conservatism is not reflected in their politics if you have a party that cares about the economy, okay? That is proof in the pudding. The argument that I'm making is that they don't make it someone else's business. They don't give a shit when they're voting. That's just how human beings are. Like, no matter how transphobic someone might be, if you go up to them and say, hey, you are saddled with medical debt, I'm going to fix that. You're not going to go, oh, well, are you going to punish trans people as well? Because if not, I'm out. No human being thinks like that, okay? They vote with their pockets. There's a reason why Zoran is doing better than any other candidate with the conservatives, with the exception of fucking Curtis Sliwa, who is the literal Republican in the New York race. He's a fucking brown Muslim socialist. His name is Zoran Kwame Mamdani. Why the fuck's he outperforming Andrew Cuomo, who's basically a Republican, and Eric Adams? How? How is he way more woke, way more progressive than those guys, and he's outperforming those guys? One must think there's probably a reason for it, because conservatives want fast and free buses too. It's that simple. I know what you're saying, but I think transphobes might be a bad example. They tend to explode their lives out of obsession. No, you're talking about Matt Walsh. I'm talking about regular ass transphobic people that are just like, yeah, it's weird and gross. I don't want to see it. That kind of transphobic person is like the normal kind of transphobe. The one that like could be easily convinced if there was a chill ass fucking trans coworker to be like, oh, I thought you guys were subhuman. It turns out you weren't. My bad. That is like the norm. Okay. Normal people don't fucking hyper obsess about trans people all the goddamn time. They don't think about it. That's a fucking insane thing to do. You are comparing Matt Walsh with like an average working class person who just kind of is weirded out and scared by the existence of trans people because it kind of bricks their previous binary, antiquated concept of gender, like their understanding of gender. Ultimately, those people can very easily be convinced. If you are a party that can be humiliated by the opposition to only care about giving Guatemalan transgender migrants bottom surgery in prison, that can only happen if you have no discernible policies that people can associate you with, then yeah, people are gonna be like, what the fuck is this shit? Why do they care about this? Why don't they care about me? Anyway. There's a reason why Bernie Sanders is so goddamn popular, okay? He is an 874-year-old Jewish man, and yet in a country like the United States of America, he's so fucking popular. How is that possible? Is it because he's sexy? Is it because he's charismatic? No, none of those reasons. It's because he is an earnest communicator that seeks to address the material harms that American working class people are experiencing. And he's been punished by the establishment for it for years and years and years. That's why he's seen as like an outsider, even though he's been in politics for 700 years. Oh. Searchlight Institute, top issues that battleground voters say leaders should focus on today are affordability, healthcare, and jobs. What? But when asked which top 3 issues they think the Democratic Party is focused on, they say climate change, LGBTQ plus issues, and healthcare. It's not bad that they at least say healthcare. Why didn't Bernie get the Dem votes in the primaries in 2016? Oh my God, do not open this fucking can of worms again. Because the instruments of the party and the base of support that votes in the... Number one, the base of support for the Democratic Party that votes in the primary elections is the most loyal, blue no matter who, establishment Democrat aligned, more conservative voters as opposed to the general election. Okay? That's number one. And this is a reality that many people do not understand. They also consistently act as though that's not the case because those are the people who care about like whatever the Democrats have billed themselves as defending. Okay? That's number one. Number two, those guys are incredibly malleable. They are very susceptible to the framing of like MSNBC, New York Times, and things of that nature. Okay? So they are at the mercy of whatever the fuck they say is electable. And they kept repeatedly saying, in spite of so many polls that showed this wasn't the case and that Bernie would have had a 10-point lead on fucking Donald Trump. That's you want to know something that's fucking really blackpilling, okay? In 2016, numerous polls were conducted on Bernie Sanders' performance and Hillary Clinton's performance against Donald Trump. Bernie Sanders was outperforming Hillary Clinton by 10 points against Donald Trump. And yet, all of the narratives were Bernie's not electable. Bernie's not electable. He's too radical. He's too radical. He's too radical. So they badgered people over the head with how shitty Bernie was going to be. Anyway. Donald Trump himself recognized Bernie Sanders would be too hard to fucking defeat. He kept saying it over and over again, all the way back then. But ultimately, there was also a lot of shit. Ugh. Don't forget the super delegate situation. I know. There was a lot of institutional hurdles presented against Bernie Sanders. I think if 2028, if there's an election, we'll have a different Dem primary base, but I don't know how we can fill that Bernie role. I'm sorry, but AOC is not that person. I don't think AOC is ready for that person right now, but who knows what might happen in the next in the next 3 years. But anyway. Did you see Ryan Walters pledging a Turning Point USA chapter for every high school in Oklahoma? I fucking don't know what to say to that. Are you okay? No, I'm relitigating age-old wounds at this point that I have spent my entire political career having to address over and over again. So no, I am not okay. But yeah. In any case, we're here. Don't believe anybody who says America's so much more conservative than you think it is. Oh my God. Because those people, whether they're oblivious to this reality or not, are unwittingly defending this notion that you have to tack to the right over and over again. And that is precisely the reason why they keep fucking losing. Okay? I'll leave you on some good news. More countries are pledging military vessel support to the Gaza flotilla. Spain announced today that it will send an official military ship to protect the global Samud flotilla, which is carrying humanitarian aid to Gaza following the attacks on the civilian vessels early this morning. There is a... I'll just leave you on that good note. Are you sweating? No, I have Austin coming over. We're going to go and fucking get my big zits taken care of. And we're going to film it for Patreon, patreon.com/fearan. Were you ever Hamilton pilled? No, of course not. Don't be crazy.
Hey.
Anyway, everybody, love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
But I'm chillaxing the chat, so hi.
Peace. Also, as always, gonna leave you on a positive note. Free Palestine and fuck Israel, okay? Fuck Israel forever. Free Palestine forever. Love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Euchre's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anye out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord friend gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find some meaning through it all. So there he is again, the sun is streaming, the sun is streaming. There he is again, the sun is streaming, the sun is streaming.